Mae'r sioe yma yn uchafbwynt ac yn wyliau blynyddol I ymieithwyr a phobl cefn gwlad. Ac mae'n adlewyrchiad o'r diwydiant amaethyddol sy'n sail I economi cefn gwlad, y gymdeithas wledig a'r iaith Gymraeg. Rydym yma ac yn falch o bwy rydym ni.
Mae y sioe wedi datblygu dros y blynyddoedd ac yn llawn edmygedd o ble rydym heddiw. Does dim amheuaeth bod y sylfaenwyr y gymdeithas yn sbiad lawr ar y sioe mewn llawn edmygedd.
Mae'n bleser yn mwyaf gen I gyhoeddi bod sioe fawr 2025 yn agor.
Yeah, Nicola Davis, John Owen, the president, and Dave Thomas, all part of the opening ceremony in this year's Royal Welsh Show. And welcome back to the Showground at Llanelwedd. This the first day of 4 in this year's Royal Welsh Show, and we'll be with you until 5 o'clock. There's plenty going on here, and this is what we'll be featuring in the next hour. Black Welsh Mountain sheep will feature in the sheep ring. And prior to the Supreme Beef Championship, we'll see the limbs in the cattle ring. And of course, there'll be more wool handling competitions in the sheep shearing shed. All that to come in an hour, and of course there's more than one way to watch our coverage of the main ring. You can follow all the different classes on our various broadcasting platforms. All the information is available on our website, which is s4c.cymru/sioe. And if you are in a position to come and visit the showground, then do so. As you can see in the background, it's very, very busy. Many people who have come here to visit the showground today. And there's plenty for them to see this afternoon. And of course, the on-screen presenters have been very busy. Even Jones-Evans, of course, has been keeping an eye on everything that's been going on in the cattle ring. And as I mentioned earlier on, of course, we will be featuring the Supreme Beef Championship, even just referring to the fact, due to the blue tongue disease and the restrictions that have been put in place, the numbers are down, but the quantity doesn't always mean quality. So there's plenty to come from the cattle ring later on this afternoon. And of course, the same is true of the sheep ring. And the sun has been shining here on the showground, as Maynard is referring to. But of course, we will be featuring, as we said, within the next hour, the Black Welsh Mountain sheep in the sheep ring. And the numbers, as Maynard is saying, are quite high in the sheep section this year, despite all the restrictions. And the one little man left on his own there, Aaron Pugh. We've seen quite a few of him, quite a bit of him already this morning, rather. He was by the pig ring, and we saw him in the new feature, the Heavy Horse Village. And Aaron's just mentioning that if you do get an opportunity to visit the show, then by all means go and visit the Heavy Horse Village. It's a new village here at the Royal Welsh Show, thanks to the ambassador. So we'll see plenty of Aaron during the course of the afternoon. So we just had a little taster of what's ahead during the next hour here on S4C. And a quick reminder, we will be with you until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Right, let's head straight to the main ring and we'll join Anwen.
Yes, we are back at the north end of the ring, and we are in the middle of class 153. Now this is the lightweight hunters for mares and geldings 4-year-old and over, exceeding 14.2 and not exceeding 15.2. No, that's been written in the catalogue incorrectly. No, this is the lightweight hunters. So we shall see. Now, again, we're back here now with the judge, Louise Daly, who, as some of you may have missed earlier, she is from a racing background and a hunting background, and is looking forward for a horse to carry her. As she mentioned earlier, it's been an honour to ride some of the horses that she has over the years. She's ridden at Dublin Horse of the Year show in Birmingham and all these local hunt shows as well. She judges hunters, ladies' horses, workers, retrained racehorses and Irish drafts. So many to mention. But she has had a fantastic morning so far coming back. Now, as we can see there, her dismounting the first horse that she has ridden in this class. This was Maxen. The owner is Gwenno Jones, bred by the exhibitor herself, and sired by Caereni Folw out of Caereni Lupi. So a lovely stance of a pony there. Look at him here, looking at the atmosphere and his ears forward, very thing. So for some of you that are not actually involved in hunters, there's when I mentioned lightweights, I mean the different types. So they are all predominantly to be carried on a full day's hunt. So they say that the lightweight should be a slightly smaller bone, so only up to 8.5 inches, and should be able to carry up to 12.5 stone. And there's a sort of say the maximum height would be up to about 16.2, and then they go up in sizes up then to the middleweight and up to the heavyweight that we will see later on. But the confirmation judge that is judging for us today, Mr. Nigel Peel, he is also from a hunting background and was a master of hounds for over 50 years. So he has a variety of history. And it says that he began judging back in the 80s. So again, many years of experience. And he said earlier that it was a privilege to judge here, and he is looking forward to enjoying his morning. He's on the panels for both the Sports Horse Britain GB and the British Show Horse Association panel. And again, he has judged all over the world, in Ireland and all over places. But he says that we must remember the parable of what they are for. So we will... We'll see now what he's looking for. He's looking for the clean limb. He's looking for the power through the engine at the back and the confirmation of the strong shoulder and the alert head. So Nigel there having a good look. And I'm sure we will come back to see the completion of this class later on in the morning.
Thank you, Anwen. And from the main ring, we will be visiting the cattle ring. But don't forget, there's more than one way of following all the activities here at the Royal Welsh. For all the information that you require, visit our website, which is s4c/.cymru/Sioe. Right, as I mentioned, we're off to the cattle ring.
Yeah, we're back in the conclusion, or hopefully the conclusion, Llun, of the young Welsh Black heifer. And our judge has been busy handling and got a lineup. Whether it is the final lineup, we will have to wait and see. But
yes, but he's casting his final sort of eye over them, and it's essentially going to be his first thoughts. But he's obviously just ensuring that he's feeling that he's right with his placing by going right the way down the line here and assessing these heifers one more time.
This is a young man at the top here at the moment, or we presume is holding top spot. 3024.
Yes, A and R.C. Williams.
We'll have to wait and see if he if he will be able to hold his spot, and only the one person that will know that is our judge.
No, certainly that. There's only one man who will make the final decision, and whether everybody agrees with him is something else, but it is his choice on the day.
And it help notice then that his hands are quite black, Llun, and so there'll be a fair bit of... we've seen the bloom in the Texas Sheep Society. I'm sure there's a little bit of black colouring along the way there somewhere to make these cattle as black and shining. So it's some form of polish or whatever it is.
Each of these exhibitors, each of these breeds, every section that you're in will all have the little tricks of getting the animals out in their best.
There we go then.
It
is 3024 that has taken top position. So hopefully we'll see her later on in the competition.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and that's the sheep ring we saw in the distance from above, and that's where we're heading next. So we'll join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much. Yes, back in the sheep ring once again. And a bit of a change of breed now. We saw some black and whites this morning. Then we had the white texels, and now we're the all black Welsh Mountain sheep.
Native breed of Wales then again.
And that's what's great about the Royal Welsh, isn't it? You get to see so many different breeds of sheep here, all in one place, and it's absolutely tremendous, and such a great shop window for all the breeds, from the really popular and numerous texels and such, and then you get to see the rarer breeds as well here, and it's one of my favourite things about the show.
You say like as in rarer breeds, and no, they are a real little show sheep, aren't they? So I think these are featured, and we're fortunate enough to do the winter fair as well, and we featured a lot of the little black Welsh sheep coming through in the butcher's lambs competitions, don't we? Because they're quite a striking, and a lot of your favourite product is used as well, in a little bit of glitter and that to show them off. So no, but they're a pretty little sheep. They're a hardy sheep. They're a dual purpose sheep. You can put any form of terminal sire on these what you want, and they will lamb them and rear the lambs very, very well. So, and as we can see, strength of the class in this 2-year-old and over you section.
Yeah, 9 entries in this class, which is excellent. And of course, these ewes will have had to have reared a lamb this year in 2025. I think it says 2024 on the screen there, but I would imagine they would have had to reared this year. They wouldn't have had a holiday.
No, certainly not. When I'm looking at our judge there, Mrs. Glenda Hughes from Carnarvon, who is a full-time farmer with her husband Bryn.
Bit of a different sort of size and stature difference in these two ewes. One seems to be a bit leggier and the other one shorter and stockier. And oh dear, she's having a bit of a good sort out in this lineup, isn't she, Gerald?
Yes, she is indeed, yes.
Of course, they are come under the umbrella of the Welsh Mountain sheep breed, so they should be suited to life on the hardier terrains of Wales. So they need to be tough and good mothers.
A lot of children, grandchildren of a lot of farms, and want a little flock of their own or something like that. And the black Welsh has been a breed that has been bought for their grandchildren or whatever. So anyway, we'll have to come back.
Well, Gerald, you're back sooner than you'd anticipated. We're in the sheep shearing shed, and it's the intermediate wool handling competition this time.
Yes, we step up a little bit of pace here then in terms of number of fleeces that they will have to roll, and obviously the pace and the shearers, I would dictate, would increase a little bit.
We had just a wide shot there just as we started, where we could see the judges walking around with the clipboards as well, which is them scoring each of these competitors as they're going around as well. We just see one just creeping into shot there, moving the wool box.
Yes, everything will be taken into consideration, as we can see the little individual crates they've got there for the 3 fleeces, and unfortunately we did see that the fleece in the one particular box had actually fallen out, and obviously she will be marked down on that.
Essentially, when we're looking at this as a competition, they'd obviously, as you've mentioned earlier, throw in this fleece out and getting it as flat as they can so they can roll it. They'll be scored on how they roll it up. They're expected then to tie it off at the end. We noticed most of these competitors are
as you can see there in shot then, it used to be, as of many years ago, there used to be a long band of twisted of the neck material and wrapped around a fleece, and then it's moved on from then. Now actually every handler will, as we see that young lady there pulling the fleece together, she will then use the neck to bind the fleece to save every individual fleece coming apart within the final wool sack before it goes to be pressed in the wool stores. But it's not wrapped that tight, it's not stretched, it's not twisted in any form or fashion. As you can see, that young lady there just tucks it in so that it actually stays together within the actual wool sack.
And that's for the intention of holding the fleece together so it isn't damaged in the bag before it goes to be pressed, as you say.
Most bags, then wool sacks which as farmers receive, you will get in the region of like 40 or 50 fleeces in to every sack. And the actual ultimate gain to get them fleeces, get the actual sacks to around that 60 kilo mark, because it's quite annoying for the people that transport this wool if you've got sacks of all varying weights and density and whatever. So they put the fleeces together to obviously, when they put into the wool sacks, then it's easy enough to keep them together for when they go to the depot, the wool depots or whatever. They are then opened up, weighed, graded, and obviously held together, which will be an advantage, because if they take them to the depot and they're all falling apart and going everywhere, well, obviously that's a lot of work for the people in the depot to handle that particular wool. So there we go, that young lady is finished first. Won't be far behind the young lady on stand 4 or 5 and 6, I should say, and you can see that she's finished as well. So we'll have to come back later on and hopefully see the conclusion of the competition.
Thank you, Llun. Thank you, Gerald. Yes, we certainly will be back in the sheep shearing shed. And Aaron is joined by Ruth Bramley. And she works with a company called Farmyard Nurseries.
Criw yn bob man, mae 'na lysiau, ond esbonio ni wan, be 'di dy gwmni di?
So, Farmyard Nurseries to me, I mean...
yes, Aaron's down in the relatively new horticultural section of the Royal Welsh Show, and hopefully later on we'll be joining the floral art and the fruit and veg. But they've also introduced these boxes as such then that different businesses, organisations can plant and build up, and I do believe that this one the
yes, Farmyard Nurseries is Ruth, and she's just explaining that she's based in Llanelwedd, and also Emma just saying that you know the timing is of major importance in the preparation leading up to the Royal Welsh with these displays particularly.
Yes, you want to get the flowers at the right stage to look their best. She's just saying to Aaron that they have a dedicated show tunnel where they can get things to flower ready. Yeah, there's some interesting plants in this one. So yeah, they're carnivorous plants, so the same sort of families as Venus flytraps and stuff.
Yeah, Aaron just that. Do they eat people? Right, okay. Even though they're tropical, they are hardy plants and they survive outside in the winter, I believe is what Ruth was saying.
A very eye-catching display there, isn't it?
Indeed.
So it's a bit like the Chelsea Flower Show with their show gardens down in this area.
Yeah, and I think, you know, having recreated this particular area, they've created a kind of a special vibe down there as well.
Oh, definitely. You can go there and be inspired to buy some plants, indeed, from this company to take back to your own garden. And she's just explaining that this has been part of her life, her whole life.
And she, when she was younger, she hated working with the buzzer, but she loves it now. That's Ruth Bramley. A sight to see. Wow. The Royal Welsh Showground 2025. And it's off to the main ring we go. And here's Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. So it looks like we are coming into class 153, which is the hunters, lightweight. So we saw the judge having a ride around on the start of this class earlier. So it does look like we may have come to the pinnacle of this class. So the two judges there having their discussion. Nigel Peel with the bowler, who was in charge of having the confirmation, and Louise Daly there in charge of the ride. And there we are. It does look like the winner has been announced, and that is exhibit 1617, owned by Emma Allam, and it is Foxridge Hiraeth. So I understand Emma, this is a homebred horse by Emma herself down in Pembrokeshire, and ridden in the ring today by Matthew Ainsworth from Herefordshire. So congratulations to them. Fantastic there, the judge, confirmation judge, going over and having a good shake of the hand. So second in place we had 1623, and that is Sarah Schofield with Sirona. Bred by Finbar Lawden, ridden by Sarah herself in the ring today, and congratulations to her. And then in third there we see Gwenno Jones' Maxen, ridden in the ring today by Gwenno and bred by her herself as well. So congratulations to Emma and all the connections, and we will see Matthew and Foxridge Hiraeth coming back for the championship later on this morning. Sun is shining. There's fantastic lap of honour time. Is he going to go for that gallop in front of the main ring? No, he's not. He's going to off his hat instead and just go for the nice sedate canter. Congratulations to Emma on winning the lightweight hunters. I'm hoping we might have a quick chat with Hannah.
A very lucrative journey to Builth once again, all the way from Hereford, winning the lightweight. How are you feeling up there?
Yeah, good. He's a lovely horse. This ring's quite electric, so you always want to bring a nice one to ride round here, and he sure is that, yeah.
Well, of course, you do a lot of judging yourself, and the judge had to ride here today. You've got a championship to come again. Are you riding anything else for us?
Yeah, I've got a heavyweight hunter in the last class, so we'll see what happens.
Bit of a sweaty morning for you then. It's quite warm here in Builth. Many congratulations. Good luck in your next class and, of course, in the championship.
Thank you very much.
The owner is in the background of that fantastic shot. So congratulations to everybody.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd. We're going to head straight to the cattle ring, and here's Llun and Gerald.
Yes, we are into the continental breed of, or our continental friends. We've seen native breed all morning in the Welsh Black and Herefords, and now it's our first glimpse at the Limousines, Llun.
Yes, so we've a very, very well supported section usually. But we'll obviously this will see the effect of those sort of blue tongue restrictions and changes in terms of entries, because we won't have those exhibits from across the border or in Scotland here as well.
No, indeed, it is quite apparent. It is quite apparent that the number is obviously down, because the Limousin is renowned as a very good show animal, and we've seen in past here champions of the Royal Welsh Show here have come from the Limousin on a regular basis, isn't it? That's
certainly
supreme champion animal. So obviously, unfortunately, but as I say, the quality hasn't diminished in any form or fashion. So we have some nice heifers here for our judge to cast his eye over. And
we mentioned that we haven't been able to have stock from across the border, but we have a judge travelled all the way from Lanarkshire in Scotland.
Yeah.
Ian Nimmo travelled down, as I said, from North Lanarkshire. Yes, so although we don't have the stock from there, we've obviously got a judge that's travelled through the border to be able to come and cast his eye over the entries in the Limousin section here today.
Perhaps he's delighted that he hasn't quite got the quantity of cattle to judge. His job will be a little bit easier, perhaps, but still, he has to find the winner.
He does, and he's...
as I stated, the quality is very good, so let's hope that his decision is the right one, which it will be.
Yes, and he's farms, rears Limousins at home, 180 breeding cows at home, started with him as a hobby in 1992, so he's really got his teeth into the breed. They aim to sell 30 or 40 breeding bulls a year, so obviously himself a great advocate of the breed, and obviously looking for his winners here today.
Yes, and as I stated earlier, then it's heifer born on or after the 1st of June 2024. So basically the eldest heifer in the ring, basically only just over 12 months.
Yes, only just sort of yearling heifers represented.
Yearling heifers they are, so futures, as we might say again, of the breed.
Again, yes, these heifers will be probably looking to be getting in calf sort of just a little earlier than this time next year, and obviously they are the future of the breeding animals in the herds that they're coming out of.
Quite right.
Nillodd e yn yr Highland a yn yr Great Yorkshire, a dath e lawr I Gymru a nillodd e yn y Sioe Frenhinol.
A neud y hat-trick yn ar gorau.
Locomotion is paramount in the continental breeds, and as we have seen prior to this, Llun, then we see some of the continental breeds then struggle a little bit with such heavy conformation that they don't walk very good, but all societies of now if they have aspirations of showing, locomotion and walking is an essential part of the show, and they have been careful in their selection in breeding these animals that can and do walk correctly. So if you have aspirations of coming in the ring here, then one of the things that this judge or any judge will be looking for, how an animal shows itself off, and if it walks correctly in the start, well, that's way towards presenting themselves well, isn't it?
Certainly, if an animal isn't able to walk, it obviously doesn't really have a great future. Every animal that should be able to parade well, and will hopefully rejoin the class later for the winner.
Thanks, Llun. Thanks, Gerald. We will return there for the conclusion of that Limousin heifer class. In the meantime, we join Nia at the Meat Promotion Wales stall, and she's joined by Jonathan Davis, the former Welsh and British Lion Centre, and Llun Roberts, and Jonathan is here today as a Welsh Lamb Ambassador on behalf of Meat Promotion Wales, and it's a unique meat, of course, and the two of them have been preparing some little snacks there, I believe, that Jonathan has on the tray in front of him.
Oh, and then hawdd iawn I dweud...
Nia was just asking if it was easy for him to agree to become an ambassador for Meat Promotion Wales, and he didn't hesitate. It's important to let people know how hard the Welsh farmers work, and it's great to be part of the whole Meat Promotion Wales stall here at the Royal Welsh. He's been cooking. This is something I prepared earlier. Yes.
Well,
what they have here is a lamb stir fry using the leg of lamb with some ginger. It's just to show how easy it is. You could do it. You can make it in about a quarter of an hour. Do you like? Nia just asked Jonathan, do you like cooking? Well, you tell me.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, you're not supposed to talk with your mouth full. But there's another session, another demonstration session to come later on this afternoon. So they're going to be quite busy. And it's also a very important week for Meat Promotion Wales. We also expect people to come back and give us some feedback as well. So we're looking forward to meeting everybody and hearing what they want to see in the future as well. So there's a lot happening this week. And, yeah, there's quite a few people waiting for the snacks prepared by Llun and Jonathan. Right, straight back to the sheep ring, and I think we have a result here. Here's Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we have. Judge has been working hard since we've been away, Ems, and has come to the winner.
Yes, absolutely super stylish ewe, and very deep body on her. Tremendous, well turned out ewe, and
to be fair to the handler, then, she is exceptionally quiet, so I would hesitate to say that not the first time that she's been in the show ring, but very well behaved, and as you stated, lovely, deep-bodied, nice, put together, well put together ewe. A very happy young man.
Thank you very much.
That was amazing.
Yeah, first time at the Royal Welsh. Very nice to come away with a red rosette.
Well, how did you do it?
A lot of work. A good week of trimming and getting them ready, but yeah.
And who's been helping you?
Not a lot of people. No, few friends and mum and dad and chipped in, but yeah, it's been a long week.
Yes, I'm sure. But it's all worth it when you have a red ribbon at the Royal Welsh. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, first time, can't believe it.
You should be really proud.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr.
Right, from the sheep ring back to the sheep shearing ring, and we're still with the intermediate wool handling competition.
Yes, we're back for another section in the young ladies then.
Yes,
working tirelessly to try and impress the judges.
Yes,
keep the sheep shearers on the board happy as well.
Yeah, third heat of the day. I'm not sure how many heats are going to be in the intermediates here, but we see the brisk difference in sort of pace and the way they go about their work compared to those juniors and some of the young farmers ones we saw earlier.
And as we see then, there are a lot of buckets on the floor, and you see the young ladies then, they will be put in different buckets. If there happen to be a bit of muck or a bit of clinker or something, that will go into one bucket, and then just the ordinary little bits, what they call the second cut of wool, which is when the staple of the wool is actually being cut in half. When the shearer does so, that will be put in a different bucket. So yeah, and we have 3 young ladies from Wales then, and Sarah Jenkins and Cyril Richards in the middle there from Llanelwedd, and she also is a clerk in the local mart in Llanelwedd, working for Hugh Evans' company. So her partner then is a very good shearer, to be fair, and he will probably be competing in the competitions later on, maybe tomorrow in the shearing competition. So anyway, back to the young lady there. Good throw, throwing that fleece out, and the judges will be impressed and mark it accordingly if that wool lands correctly, flat and fully extended on the table. And there we go, as you stated earlier on then, Llun, pulling that neck wool in and just slightly twisting it round. Not much, but just enough to secure that the fleece doesn't come undone when it's put into the sack.
The judges then, Gerald, will reopen this fleece out to assess?
No, I think all their eyes will be, they will have assessed it, what's happened during the process of rolling it up, and that they have collected all the bits of dirt off. So then if a bit of dirt has gone in, obviously they will have seen it in the process of them judging. So like I say, they will have assessed it. But what they might do, they might pick the fleece up and actually maybe drop it on the floor or drop it on the table or something like that, just to see that it doesn't come apart. But I don't think that they would actually take it apart. And there we go, we see Angharad Davies there on the end, completing first. And not necessarily, as I stated, it means that she does win, but the 3 young ladies. Anyway, we will have to come back later on and see the result. So we're back to the limousines, and our judge has been working tirelessly since we've been away, and he has selected the lineup. Only 3 heifers in the class, but it doesn't matter. He has got a lineup. Whether he will stay with his lineup or not, we'll have to wait and see. But
yes, and as we mentioned earlier, he's travelled all the way down from Scotland to judge here. But last year he travelled down and took home the Limousin Championship with his exhibit. So yes, a man that
knows what is required.
Yes, certainly knows what is required here to come out at the top.
We see standing at the top at the moment 3157, if that is his preferred lineup. But like we say, we don't quite too sure on which way he's lining them up.
Yes,
we will find out shortly. And there, 3160, that is from W.D. Dillon and Carol James from the Cowan herd. So it'll be interesting to see.
And as we mentioned at the start of the programme this morning, the fact that we will only see Welsh stock in front of us, which is possibly a little to do with why we're seeing less numbers forward here in the Limousins than usual. But it certainly, as you've mentioned earlier, hasn't diminished any in the quality. 3 beautiful heifers.
So yeah, it looks as if he's moving things around slightly then in terms of his. 3160 is the James family.
So from
holding first position, so we presume his first position at the moment.
Yes, so she's obviously moved up from the 3rd.
Going to the stewards now to instruct them on what to do. And if she does hold in, it's Cowan Vunny.
Cowan Voney.
Voney is it? Voney. Yeah, Vunny Voney, yeah. Is holding top spot at the moment.
Obviously the V is the letter in the herd book for registrations for 2024. A lot of these breed societies, that's how they'll operate. Every year you have to start the name of the animal with a different letter. And obviously the Limousins in 2024, the letter was V. So it quite the challenge to find a big variety of names starting with V. So hence we're seeing Voney, and there's some other names listed in the catalogue of Viper and Violet, and Plenty of varieties. Still...
I don't know whether
Rosettes of water.
Up. Yes,
yeah, that's it.
Here we go.
There we go. That is it. Yes, he had made.
We'll feature the Vony later on in the championship.
Yes, hopefully we'll see some more of the Limousin breed later.
Welcome back once again to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd, the first day of the Royal Welsh Show 2025. And it's back to the main ring we go, and we'll join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, the sun is shining on the southern end of the main ring, and we are joining class 142. which is our Welsh Cob Section Ds under saddle, and they have separated these cobs down into the geldings, stallions and mares. And in front of us we have the gelding class. So looks like they have all done their go round, and at the moment stood in top we have Libby Grota with Fairground Shem, a young lady from St Dogmell's down in Pembrokeshire there, a very successful young lady. So the judges for this particular class, we have a lovely shot here of our ride judge, and this is Miss Zara Owen. Now Zara we usually see at the other end of the ring in the horse hunters section, so a very different day for her today, but she is based near Welsh Bull and is very successful in competing and showing multiple animals, whether it's a hunter, a cob or all sorts, and quite often qualifies her horses for Horse of the Year show. She did produce a Welsh Cob winning mare here a few years ago, Llanelwedd Fair Lady, but actually passed the ride on to Eleri Wyn Marshalsea at the time. So Zara mentioned earlier that she was looking for something that was in front of the leg, and by that we mean going forward. And she didn't like something that was going to be too lazy, but she wanted a mannerly and polite ride. She was not going to be forgiving of any bad behaviour. So we shall see how these horses have conformed for her. There were 49 entered and only half of them have been allowed to stay in. These judges have a busy morning, so she doesn't have to ride all of the entries forward. After the go-round they split the class. And then we see there at the bottom of our screen is Mr. David Davis. He was in charge of the confirmation element. Now David is originally from Glamorgan, and his father is the famous breeder of the Ceylan stud, Dr. Wynne. But now David lives down in North Pembrokeshire, not far from Cardigan, so he's not far from myself. But he's actually the head of Gelliair Agricultural College, but an avid breeder of ponies and understands all sorts. And his father, a very famous commentator here over the years. So David himself has been part of the Welsh Pony and Cob since 1962 and has bred and owned nearly 700 ponies and cobs across all of the different sections of the stud book over the years. And there we are, a winner has been pulled forward, and it is a big smile on her face. Congratulations to Kate Williams and all of the connections of the Ringside stud from down near Cardiff. Now this particular horse, Ringside Zorba, he was a winner here in 2024 and stood reserve champion, and he also won here back in 2022 and was reserve champion. So we shall see whether he goes one step further. In second place there, it looked like it was pulled forward. The lovely chestnut there of Simone Harrison. Wishaw Red Admiral, ridden today by Simone as well. And in third place there we see Claire Hope's Mathro Deo, ridden in the ring today by Eleanor. Eleanor, a university student, and has only recently finished her university course for this year, so has now had the time to get back into ponies. So congratulations to all three of them. So I will be looking forward to the Cob Championship later on in the morning to see whether Ringside Zorba will make it this year or not, because he's been reserved twice now. So congratulations to Kate, and I do hope she enjoys her time in that ring. Fabulous gallop, enjoying every moment of it. So, our winner for the Welsh Cob Section D Stallions. I wonder, are we going to get a quick chat with Hannah?
This morning you have just won the Royal Welsh Show, but I believe this pony's got quite a history here. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, this is his fifth win. So I was being a bit greedy bringing him back, but I thought, oh, I just love riding him here, so I'd just give it a go, and if whatever would happen, but fair play.
And this is such a team effort. You two sisters here, you do everything from home. You've bred this horse. Alex, how much preparation goes into all of this at home to create not one, but two Royal Welsh winners?
Well, I'm sure you saw me wandering around for 2 hours this morning on him while she was on the sea. So, but I have to say, Kate does most of the work. I just step in every now and then when she needs an extra hand. But I was up at 3:30 this morning, straightening mains. So I do a little bit.
I think you might owe your sister a pint. Many congratulations. Good luck in the championship. You've got the Cob Championship later on. What else have you got this week?
So I've got the Hoys on Thursday with the B and the C again. Alex has got a B colt, and the B's doing the gold medal class as well. So
very busy week then, and it started very, very well. Well, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi. Many congratulations.
So we look forward to seeing Kate in the Cob Championship later on in the morning.
Thank you very much, Anwen. And we'll join Aaron Pugh, who's with Donald Morgan, and he's in the floral art section, as you can see in the background. And they're basically just talking about the weather before concentrating on everything you can see displayed out there in the background. And it's been a successful a day for many people.
Yes, Aaron just saying that he's a very busy person, not only judging and stewarding at shows, but also competing. Yeah, it's just saying that in the petite exhibits, the petite and miniature exhibits, it can be much harder to create those displays than the bigger ones as well. So it's almost a different skill set in itself. So just saying that he's used some dried things and some acorns and small things. It's important that the scale is right on those. Yeah, so the next class that they're going to is called Hot and Spicy. The overall theme of the Floral Art Show this year is a world of colour, and that's definitely true about these exhibits. So this is a floor exhibit, so they are allowed a floor space of 61 centimetres by 68 centimetres, but height is unlimited, so there could be any height indeed. So it's lots of bright colours, and with peppers and chilies as well in the exhibit to depict.
That's an interesting point Aidan was asking. Preparation-wise, are they put together prior to coming here, or are they put together on site?
The only ones that are put together beforehand are the petites, and I think as well there's a wreath class as well that you can do at home, but everything else is prepared on site. So they would have had a designated time yesterday and also this morning to finish off as well, but it has to be done in a specified time, and what they can achieve in that short amount of time is unbelievable. Yeah, so just saying that how eye-catching these exhibits these are. Yeah, and this is true of every floral art competition. They're given the same title, but how different competitors depict that title is unbelievable, and that's what makes it interesting.
And then, of course, it's up to the judges' interpretation as well, and how they see things.
Yeah. Oh, just saying that this exhibit from Alaw from Ceredigion, and she's only 12 years old, and she had a second.
And the first time that she's taken part at the Royal Welsh.
Absolutely. So this is the novice class. So once you've won in this class, you have to move up to the other classes as well. But it's a great way of getting less experienced exhibitors into the show. And the winner of the novice class also won an extra award for the best use of foliage in the exhibit. Yeah, just saying that people travel from all over Wales to exhibit here, and amazing entries here at this year. But I think they're just moving over to a very special exhibit.
I think Donald's been pleasantly surprised here.
He's always exhibiting at the Winter Fair and at the show every year, and it's not only the red card that he's won, but he's also won Best in Show.
Looks quite emotional, doesn't he?
It does, and I know we all we all know how hard he works and how very well deserved that special card is.
Or Google Play
Now then,
App Store.
you can follow all the activities at the Royal Welsh on your mobile phone. You can download the app off Google Play or the Apple Store, and it means you can keep up to date with all the results and all that's happening here at the Showground at the Royal Welsh. Right, let's head off to the sheep ring, and it's Emma with Gerald.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back with the Black Welsh Mountain sheep, and things are stepping up again now, Gerald. We've got 30 entries in this yearling U class. So a bit of work there for the judge.
Yes, indeed. You have a work cut out to judge every individual animal in this class, and probably one of the most difficult classes to actually judge, because I mean they're very, very similar in their stature. Obviously the colour is exactly the same in every one. Everyone will have been trimmed to perfection. A real hard job to fetch the winner out of this particular section, because none of these competitors are going to fetch an animal into this particular class that is got a fault. So every animal will have been examined by the exhibitor, and as I state, is a tremendous quality animal. And a yearling ewe will obviously, I don't think it's stipulated that they will have to have bred.
No,
so probably they are very consistent in how they have been reared, and they should be exactly the same.
If they haven't bred yet, they probably haven't picked up any faults.
That's quite right. So this would be a very difficult class to actually adjudicate then.
These sheep are the best that they're probably ever going to be.
That's quite right. You are quite right.
Yeah, and super turned out you there now, isn't there?
She has to examine everyone to look for faults, and you can see that she's looking for any form of white hair or anything. But like I stated, I don't think any of these competitors would have brought any of these ewes here if they had got this particular fault. So, but it's up to the judge to try and identify if there is an issue.
Being very thorough there, isn't she? She's checking the udder, and
as you stated, the number that's in the class, she's got to be thorough too.
Gosh, yes, absolutely. It'll be coming down to the very smallest of details between them, won't it?
100%, yes, indeed.
Yeah. Interesting there. She was just wiggling her fingers, trying to catch the ewe, wasn't it? Because these Welsh Mountain sheep, they got to be sharp, and they got to have a sharpness about them.
Yes, indeed. Yes. She has a little bit of forte. She's checking to see if there's any horns.
Yeah.
So, And
on the teeth there as well.
Teeth have got to be perfect.
Probably the most important thing in a way about 100%. A sheep, because if the teeth aren't right, they can't graze well, and if they can't graze well, they won't be able to eat efficiently or rear a lamb efficiently, and then there really isn't any point, is there, Gerald?
Quite right.
And again, she's going through the fleece there. If there's a how-to guide for judges, she's got it, isn't she? She's doing it so diligently. And we'll back her a bit later to see how she gets on.
Croeso nôl. Welcome back to the showground here at Llanelwedd. And we're heading straight for the cattle ring. And it's back to Llun and Gerald.
We're back in the continental section again, and it's the limousines. And few more in this class. Llun to be judged. So I take it we're going up in size a little bit, so we're going up in age a little bit as well.
Yes, so we've got the cows and cow and calf, yeah. Also, the female championship, apologies, is where we're at now. Of course,
indeed,
it is.
Yes, you're quite right, yeah.
Yes, so we're on the female championship, where we will see the winning heifer there from earlier, Voni, going up against this cow and calf.
Set bach neis fanna. Ni'n gweld wedyn rhif 3 yn 4-4.
Strength, quite a bit of strength, and we see Mr. Tequin Jones there at 3152 from North Wales, a renowned commercial beef producer, so he has diversified into the pedigree section.
Certainly.
But there's nothing stopping that particular heifer. Then obviously going on into the commercial beef championship maybe later on, because a lot of pedigree animals do go into the commercial beef section.
Yes, there's nothing to prohibit a pedigree animal going into the commercial beef section. It's just vice versa, that the commercials aren't able to go into the pedigree classes.
Right. You're quite right, yeah. But
she can obviously has that potential to be able to go back into there.
Good shape, to be fair.
And you can certainly see just from the small lineup we have here for his championship, he does aim for a type.
Yes, indeed. Confirmation is what our continentals were brought into this country for in the start, and to be fair to all pedigree breeds, they have maintained that shape and conformation, and they are a beef animal after all, so as you might say, they should have all the bits in the right places.
Yes, certainly.
The confirmation then in terms of it was all back end. It has they have done a very, very good job, because most of the expensive cuts are now in the loin, aren't they? And they have improved the loin on these animals tremendous.
Yes,
because, I'm sorry to say, but the Belgian Blues then, as of years ago, were all back end and nothing much besides. But to be fair to that breed, have worked very hard and have producing an animal now that can walk correctly, as I alluded to before, and a lot more about them now than back end. So,
and that's certainly a lot to do with what you've already mentioned, Gerald, in terms of moving that muscling into the body of the animal.
Right.
Improving the midsection of those animals, and taking the emphasis away on that hugely conformed back end, isn't it? So he's been thorough here, going through all the females that he has from each of the respective classes.
And obviously the winner of this then will go against the male champion.
Yes,
of the breed after, and so you've got to get over this hurdle first, but
yes,
we'll be able to qualify, but
certainly one step at a time, isn't it? And,
yes, indeed it is. Nice calf of that cow there, Llun.
Yes, very nice, to be fair. Very, very lovely.
When will we see him in the show ring later in his life? I don't know, but only time will tell.
There's always that opportunity when he's coming off such a quality animal, and
it's the heifer.
Yes, so
taking it forward, and
Aradfoot Udine, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, from Thor Atkinson. They've had a lot of success here in the past. Thor Atkinson, I believe, based in Yorkshire, but these animals have been down in Wales for some time, getting prepared for the Royal Welsh Show, which meant they were eligible to come to the show, even though they're owned by somebody in England. But yeah, smashing example of the breed there, coming to the fore.
And obviously then, as is the rules, the second place in the respective class comes forward into the overall championship, because even though you were beaten in the individual heifer section in the start, you will never be champion, but you could be reserved. So we see number 3146 coming forward.
And this is what you'll find differ maybe from when you see the championships in the dairy sections tomorrow. The first and seconds usually always come forward from the start, whereas here in the beef rings, they apply it slightly differently.
That's quite right.
All the first places first, and then you were drawn in once the champion has been.
That's quite right, yeah. So your first prize heifer has gone forward, so it's up to the judge now to... But then again, he's taken the cow and calf.
Yes, and
forward into reserve, so we have the...
Yes, even though he
senior heifer then gone forward and winning it, and then the cow and calf. So he's gone for the biggest animals probably, and most powerful animals in the particular breed.
And best of luck. So best of luck to them later
in the overall championship, maybe later on.
Thank you, Ewan. Thank you, Gerald. Well, a while ago, we saw Nia with Emily Rees from Pembrokeshire in the food hall, and she was doing some shopping for a barbecue later on this evening. She's already been to see Dewi Roberts, the butcher from Llanelwedd. She's now at the Blas y Tir Taste of the Land stall from Pembrokeshire, and it's no surprise really when you for those of you who do remember that Emily was the ambassador for the show in 2019 when Pembrokeshire was the featured county. But Blas y Tir not only produce potatoes from Pembrokeshire, it's a company based in Haverfordwest, and it's a name you see in quite a few supermarkets these days, not just the potatoes but the milk produce as well. But Emily is going for the potatoes. She's already got some butter and salt in the caravan already. So moving on from Blas y Tir, she wants to buy now some barbecue sauce. So we've got the beef burgers and the lamb chops, and we're back in Pembrokeshire Chili Farm.
It's very busy this morning.
It is busy. It is very busy.
A lot of people here. Yes.
Yeah. So have you got anything new this year?
I've got this one here. This is a nice barbecue rub called Rump and Grind. This is for sort of steak, brisket, short rib, anything beef. So it's basically an SPG rub of salt, pepper, garlic, and we use a little bit of ground coffee from our local ground coffee producer.
Nice.
Ideal.
Excellent. Nice. So what's the best seller? Beth do you fancy?
Well, fi'n really licio hon. I really like this. So fi'n meddwl, na I gael un o'r ein. So barbecue sauce. Mae Carwyn yn really enjoy barbecue sauce. But I think I'll have this as well, because for next time when I'm buying something at home, I'll use this as well. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Diolch.
So how many times have you been in the Royal Welsh Show?
This is probably our 6th year now.
Really?
Yeah.
So it must be well worth it for you then?
Oh, we love it. It's the highlight of the year. You know, everyone looks forward to the Royal Welsh. We have somewhere to stay up here, you know, setting the stands up, seeing people that we haven't seen for a year. Literally, it's like a club.
It's a reunion.
It's a reunion, yes, exactly, yes.
She needs to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite important. And what's also important, a lot of the people who work on the stalls here during the week.
I'm just saying, isn't it amazing? It's a real community feel, and gyda pawb yn gweithio dan gilydd.
And mae lot o tymor.
Yeah, Emily's just emphasising that community feel, as she said. And everybody helps each other out during the course of the 4 days here at the show.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some people here that we know who are here on their own. So I say, look, text me, phone me. If they want to go for a break, I can cover a bit of store for them. And off they go. It is a real family community here. I love it.
Well, have a good show. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Neis I gyda chi. Hwyl nawr.
Reit, be arall sy'n siŵr gyfer y barbecue ma rwan?
Reit, so bara ni angen nawr.
Be arall?
A hefyd, gin, dwi'n meddwl.
Well, Nia's just asked, what else do you need for the barbecue? Bread, yes, obviously, and gin. And there's plenty of choice in the food hall. The shopping continues. Well, let's head back to the sheep ring. And hopefully we'll come to the conclusion here. We were here earlier on, of course. Quite a few lively sheep in the background. And we've got 2 lively individuals in the commentary position as well. Gerald and Emma.
I'm glad I'm sitting here watching rather than chasing them round, yeah.
Oh, definitely. With the speed they're going around, certainly, Gerald.
I can spell on my dog to get him in the corner. But back to the yearling ewe, and I think obviously the number of sheep on show, or on view I should say, has been whittled down a little bit, and our judge has been working very hard to eliminate the numbers. And there a young man I know very well, Kenneth Thomas, whose grandfather farms in Nantgwine in Llandaisant, and young Kenneth and his mother Meryl work tirelessly up there to help their grandfather, and he has a very keen showman. There's an individual show going on here in the corner, I think. The handlers are trying to catch their individual animals.
The judge there, Mrs. Glenda Hughes from Carnarvon, has been keeping Welsh Black Welsh sheep since 1991, and has been showing since around 1996. So she's well experienced with the breed. Fair play to them for showing these unhaltered, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, to be fair, yeah. A young man there we've seen successful with the older ewe in the class earlier on. He's put dark glasses on now. Perhaps he's trying to fool the judge in that she doesn't recognise him, that she gives him another first prize. But to be fair to the handlers, to be able to stand in the middle of a large ring and put their hand under the jawbone, this doesn't happen overnight, does it?
No. A lot of
work, a lot of time, a lot of effort gone into preparing these sheep for this particular section and this particular class. Some very, very lovely little animals, to be fair. And state the work, the trimming, the handling and everything that has gone into this class is a heck of a lot. And to be fair to every handler, every exhibitor that has brought forward their animals.
Tremendous to see so many young exhibitors as well.
Yes, indeed. In this class. Yes, it is.
And
looks as if our judge, Mrs. Glenda Hughes, has made her decision. She's placed the shepherd's crook down and gone to the stewards and is close to making the decision, so it looks as if she's coming up to the far end here.
Wel, dwi'n meddwl bod yr ebane yn llaw y stiward. Mam yn mynd yn go gyflym lan i'r blaen fyna.
Made the decision, so...
Wel, am wythnos maen nhw'n cael.
You can't quite see it. There we go. Super ewe, compact, smart. Looks a hardy little thing, doesn't she?
Diolch yn fawr iawn ti gwawr, a fi'n draw I weld. Sut hwyliau sydd ar Katie o'r nabod hi mae?
Tremendous.
Katie Davis, I believe.
Da iawn. Sut ti'n ti, Ben? A dim yn ymwneud ti'n ti bod yn speechless? No.
A very emotional winner there. It's not often she's speechless, Meinir said.
Just stating that she got very, very small, neat little ears and a small, nice, neat little animal, isn't it?
Yeah. Something that you like to see on a hardy breed, Gerald?
That's quite right, yes.
Yeah, very well done
Let's
to
come
her.
back and see her later on and see if she does any good in the overall
Absolutely.
Welsh Black Championship.
Yes, a bit. Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd. First afternoon of the Royal Welsh Show this year, and it's over to the main ring we go, and we'll join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. So we are joining the north end of the ring, where we are still in the hunter section, but we have actually moved on to the next class, which is the middleweight hunters. So these are a little bit heavier than what we saw in the lightweights earlier. They should be capable of carrying a little bit more weight, but still of a similar type and able to go for a full day's hunt. So it looks like Nigel Peel, our confirmation judge, and Louise Daly, our ride judge, have come to a decision, and it looks like our winner is 1629, Jane Griffiths with Pembrey Kinda Gold. A horse that is competing in the coloured classes as well as the hunter classes, so a nice mixture. Ridden today by Louise Buckley, so congratulations to them. In second place we have Eden Greenwood with Frank's Diamond Geezer, and in third place we have Lisa Jones with Cwm Maedwi Spring Salute, and in fourth place there we had Jake John with his own Breakfast at Tiffany's. So a heavy class, a good class of 9 entered, but 6 came forward. So it'll be a nice opportunity now to see this winner again in the championship later on in the morning. So the rosettes were presented by the sponsors of the class, which is RBC Brewin Dolphin. So the smiles, I think, of the jockeys say it all. It is a wonderful sight to see all these hunters come forward in the main ring of the Royal Welsh on the Monday morning. And we have one more class left in the hunter sections, which is the heavyweight, before we go on to the championship later in the afternoon. So Nigel has had a busy morning with his confirmation, and we mentioned earlier that he's been a master of hounds for 50 years, but he finds confirmation a very important element of these. And therefore they are of the right type to go on a full day's hunting. And there we see our winner doing a lovely lap of honour, Jane Griffiths with Pembrey Kinda Gold, winning the middleweight hunter class at the Royal Welsh.
Well, many congratulations, Laura, riding Jane Griffiths' horse. How does it feel to be a Royal Welsh winner?
Absolutely fantastic. I can't believe it, to be honest.
Now, you were pulled top in the class. How nerve-wracking is it when you have to then watch the judge take over?
Not too bad, because I know that I trust her to do a good job, but I actually tried to pull in second because I thought I'd been pulled in second, so yeah, I'm just really happy that she was good and we've done well.
You have indeed done well. You have a championship next, so I'll go and let you get your breath back and have a glass of water, but we'll see you very soon.
There we are. We'll see them all later on for the championship.
Thanks, Anwen. And without further ado, it's back to the sheep shearing shed. And here's Gerald with Iwan.
Agored pob gwlad yn y byd yn cael y cyfle I gystadlu yma'n hyn, ac ar hyn o bryd mae gennym ni ar un yn gyfrifol am y ddau gyneifiwr. Mae Ayla Sioe, Rodffor o'r Alban, wedyn Fflir Jones, y ferch leol I fi o Machynlleth Barhedyn, wedyn yn y canol yma'n hyn, ac wedyn Talia Jones, Rodffordd o'r Zeland Newydd, ac wrth gwrs mae'n barch mawr at cneifwyr a ffermwyr defyd y Zeland Newydd.
Yes, it does. They make it look like they've got more time, isn't it? And that's where I think we're probably going to notice the difference between these, maybe the ones earlier, is that bit of foresight, a bit of knowledge, turning round, moving the fleece that little bit while the shearer is moving. And that essentially makes their job a little easier when they get hold of the fleece afterwards as well.
Rhywbeth y pen arall wedyn, Talia Jones. Clymu nhw mor dyn a sy'n bosib a gwneud siŵr bod nhw'n aros yng Nglwm wedyn. Mae hynny'n gymaint o gamp ac unrhyw beth. Ac allai sicrhau chi, dydy hi'n hawdd i wneud cofod yn y cni yna i'r blaen goddwn a gydio mwyn i'r cymal aros at ei gilydd wedyn. Tafliad arall o fan hyn. Bang y fanna. Ysgwyd y glan man oedd hi ar y bwrdd. Godio i'r awyr. Un tafliad ar ôl o fanna. Gan Eileen Shaw. Dofio lewn. Aetha ag un llygad ar y beirniad. A oedd hi'n gobeithio, dwi'n siŵr bod y beirniad wedi sylwi ar ei manylder i fanna chwarae teg i fi. Ac wedyn, wrth gwrs, mi fydd na pwy bynnag sydd yn ennill hwn. Os ydyn nhw'n dod o Gymru, un o'n nhw fydd yn mynd draw i Masterton y blwyddyn nesaf i gynrychioli Cymru yn y gystadleuaeth y pencampwriaethau gwella aur. Hwnnw'n rhywbeth mae pawb yn edrych ymlaen.
Now, we've obviously moved up a gear, as you've mentioned, Gerald, and gone into the next section up, the Open. And we've got a variety of nationalities as well here. So we've got a Scottish lady on the stand 1 and 2, Isla Shaw, Welsh girl, Fleer Jones on 3, and Talia Jones, which we believe has travelled from the Falkland Islands.
Rhwngthyn nhw, mae rhaid yn nhw bod yn ofalus bod nhw'n rhoi y pethau yn iawn, yn y bwcedi iawn. Wel, dyma chi gyflymdre chi, a pawb yma hyn yn agos iawn at ei gilydd o dwi mai Talia Jones o Llanelwedd fydd yn gorffen y gynta, ond mae Fleer Jones eitha wedi fod yn gweithio ar record Hugh Jones y ddiweddar, record Brydeinig wedi chiro fanna, llaw i fyny fel bynnag ar hyn o bryd i Talia Jones y fanna, Fleer Jones yn agos iawn wrth ei chwti, fawr i ddewis rhwng y ddwy.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Llun. And we head from the sheep shearing shed to the cattle ring. And we'll stay with you, Llun and Gerald.
Well, it looks as if we come into the overall championship of the native breed, the Welsh Black, Llun.
Yes, and rejoining these Welsh Black classes that we've had a few of already today. Under the watchful eye of Mr. Glyn Cemlyn-Williams from Denbighshire. And as you say, it's the showdown of male versus female here.
We've featured the champion senior male here earlier on in the show. So
yes, this bull from Briscaga, Brenin 67.
It's sort of a one-way shootout now then, or two-way shootout now between the champion female.
Yes, and it must be quite nerve-wracking. You get into this point and you know it's a 50-50 call now.
Feck of it, yeah. 3014.
Yes, and that's the heifer in milk or in calf, but this one obviously in calf. And she's exhibited by Robin and Joe Ransom, her name it being Black Mixon Charmaine. Just April 22 born heifer.
So it's down to a judge who we featured many, many times and his final decision, and which he deems to be the best animal to represent our native breed and going forward to the Supreme Beef Championship here in the show for 2025. And we will see throughout all the breeds, we'll see a lot of females and we'll see a lot of males. So there is no hard and fast rules. It's the best animal that the individual judge thinks represents the breed to the best.
And certainly that's all we have to remind everybody. It's always the judge's opinion. It's his day to stand in the middle, or her day to stand in the middle of that ring and place those animals, and it is always going to be their choice, as you say, of what they feel best represents the breed on the day.
Quite right.
So we'll come back in quite quickly now then.
So the judge now then will...
Wel, mae yna flwyddyn di pasio, a mae'r un dyn yn yr un lle bron yn union a llynedd. Iwan Meirion, cyfarwyddwr yr holl ardal goedwigaeth. Job bwysig, Iwan.
Iwan Pew, as we know, is out and about, and he's now with Iwan Meirion Williams in the forestry section, and Llun is just talking about the amount of time it takes to prepare this particular section for the Royal Welsh, and as Aaron Pugh has witnessed many times over the years, it's a very popular area with a wood chopping section as well. Yeah, Aaron's just mentioning that it may well be that the forestry area is a difficult place to find within the showground itself, but once you've discovered it, it's like an area, it's difficult to leave because there's so much going on. And it's not just the wood chopping, of course. I mean, during the course of the week, I mean, in the past, we've seen Aaron climbing the huge poles that are here as well. But beyond the competitions, what else is here? Well, there's an educational site here as well, which we can show people that you can make an actual career of working in the forestry industry, from planting the trees, from cutting them down. And this week, we're trying to encourage people to join the industry, and we've got a special day on Wednesday here for anybody who's interested and anybody who happens to be visiting the show this week. There's plenty of time to relax as well. I think they've organised to meet each other for a pint later on. Welcome back once again, and without further ado, it's off to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back in the sheep ring once again, Gerald, and back with the Dutch spotted.
Yes, indeed, and we featured these earlier on, and now
we've got they're out in the championships. Good representation from Pembrokeshire there, with Harry Vaughan, number 6659 there, just being examined by the judge. And you see Louise Nash in the background as well.
It's a funny sort of see the actual lamb that they're examining there now has like white right down when they say the business end of the lamb, and the others are black. Like it can sort of portray the conformation slightly different, can't it?
Yes,
and then
yes. And also as well, I think because it's a relatively new breed, and there's been quite a variation in the colouring coming through in the different bloodlines so far. So like you say, some have been quite white, and also some have been very, very dark as well. So maybe over the next few years, as we see sort of a British preference coming through, might
yes,
see
I suppose like the breed of say the Belgian blue cattle, then they were blue.
Yes.
Now they're predominantly black.
Yeah,
yes, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So obviously we have then the senior ram at the top.
Yeah.
And then the ram
Yearling.
lamb, I would go to say, or the yearling ram, and then the ram lamb.
Oh, and indeed he's tapped forward.
The ram lamb has been tapped forward.
Yeah.
So that ram lamb hasn't missed many breakfasts, has he?
Gosh, no, certainly
The big
not.
lamb, isn't it?
Very well grown lamb, yeah, absolutely.
Diddorol iawn. Mae'n edrych fel beta'r beirniad wedi gwneud rhyw fath o ddewis, a dwi ddim yn siŵr. Mae wedi tynnu nawr hwrdd blwydd ymlaen o eiddo Taylor Wilson's Cnwch Powys.
Oh, it's the...
Nhw i Ben Campwr, pwy a oer, David?
Wel, maen nhw wedi cael sioe gofio hyd yn hyn.
Oh, he's just... No cards have been given out yet, have they? So I'm not entirely sure what's going on. So must be, yes. Now then. These judges don't make it easy for us, do they, Gerald?
Certainly not, indeed. I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because I think it's actually the yearling ram we've got up at the end. It looks like the ram lamb is in the middle.
Oh, yeah, well, okay, fine.
I wish they'd stick to the script.
Yeah. Oh, there you go then.
Well, I'd say it's...
It looks then like to me, then it's husband and wife partnership, is it?
It does, I think you're right,
because we featured them earlier on, didn't we?
Yes. In our very first class.
Fe ai draw I gael sgwrs ydyn iawn gyda nhw. Wedi ennill pencampwriaeth.
All they're going to argue over now, who's going to receive the cup?
Now, who's going to have to polish it? That's the real question.
You two, you're on a roll.
Yeah, unbelievable.
He was a good one earlier on, wasn't he? He's still standing strong.
Yeah, no, we're very pleased.
Well, he's done well for you again.
Yeah, like I said, I'll let him have this one. He hasn't done so bad.
Very good team you are.
Thank you very much.
Good luck later on.
Thank you.
Well, mae'r beirniad Mr Glyn Williams wedi mynd draw at y...
So we're back to the cattle and the all black animals then. This time, Llun, then, in terms of it's the champion Welsh Black for 2025, and see the steward there now is instructing them to come forward and stand. So I wouldn't hesitate to say no. That is was that an indication that he's gone for the bull, or is it just that he wants both of the animals to stand for him to examine them once more time?
I'll stand corrected if I am wrong, but I'd probably suggest he's probably going to line them up and tap one out, possibly.
I would think so. That it seems to be customary in the cattle world, and yes, that you actually tap your champion out. But as you stated before, a lot of judges have different opinions, different ways,
certainly.
And different styles of judging then. So it's the result it is, as I stated earlier. Nobody will ever ask you how long it took. It's the result that counts.
No, certainly that. And the bull just not doing himself any favours at the last minute here, not being just happy enough to get stood.
I ddangos I hunan. Mae wedi ynysmwytho chydig bach, ond...
We do see, as I stated earlier on, we see females and males coming forward in the overall beef championship of the show, so it'll be interesting to see then, are they going to go for the power of the bull, or maybe the neatness and finesse of the heifer?
Yes, and it is, again, as we've mentioned before, down to the preference of the judge, and he'll pick the animal that best represents the breed for the interbreeds later, and it will, as you said, be a case when we come to the interbreed championship, we'll see males, females, mature animals, young heifers, just dependent on where the judge feels it is most appropriate to award his championship.
Right.
Championship.
Tybedau hwn fydd y brenin nawr. Dyna'r cwestiwn.
Both of these animals are just playing up a little bit.
Yes,
the decision, but obviously then this will be, they've been out in this ring now on several occasions, and
yes, getting a little bit more restless as they go along.
Indeed.
The day gets longer.
That's quite right.
As you say, on their feet all the way through.
And the handler's thinking, please stand still for one more moment.
And the judge is thinking, stand still so I can make my mind up.
Fair comment.
Is he?
Two good animals in their own right, to be fair.
Yes, both representing the breed well, and he has gone for the bull.
The bull and the power, perhaps he's gone too, so number 3007 has taken it through. Ken Ellis and Son.
Yes.
Brisaga Brennan, the 67th.
And he certainly is the king today.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, coming to the fore, and I'm sure I heard in the interview earlier in the class that it's taken them a while to come to the fore there, and congratulations to them on their win.
Thank you, Llun. Thank you, Gerald. And from the cattle ring, it's back to the main ring here at the showground, and we'll rejoin Anwen once again.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're back here at the north end of the ring again, and we are still in the hunter section. For some of you who've been following with us all morning, this is the last class of the hunter section, and this is the heavyweight horses. So it has been a busy morning for our judges there, Mr. Nigel Peel, who is in charge of our confirmation, and our ride judge, Mrs. Louise Daly. This was a hotly contested class of heavyweights with 11 entered and 6 of them have come forward, so another very good turnout, and it does look like a decision has been made. The hat has been taken off, and I take that back. All he's done is actually asked them to go around on another walk around. So that means that they haven't actually quite made that final decision. The judges want to see them walking again. In your shot there is the one that's currently stood in top, Lisa Davies' Redemption Ground. And as we've been discussing, these hunters are of a type of animal that should be able to do a full day's hunting. And the heavyweights mean that they should have a little bit more bone, a little bit heavier in their stance, be able to carry that slightly heavier person over the years. And it does look like they have pulled the winner forward, but I am not going to put my money where my mouth is until that rosette has been placed. So I look forward to seeing what else is getting pulled. But again, the nerve-wracking time for all these exhibitors, walking round and just praying that the hat is going to be pointed at them. So I do hope that Nigel has had a good morning with his confirmation, because he said to us earlier in the day that he enjoys judging at all different levels of showing. And he says that the professionals are vitally important in the horses that they produce, but also that the grassroots level of people coming through are just as important to keep these shows going. So we can see there the result being awarded to our winner, 1634 Lisa Davey with Redemption Ground. Bred by Gordon Cowan and ridden today by Krista Davis. So congratulations to her. In second place we had Teresa Jones riding Rose Gold of Morn, and in third place it looked like we had Delia Harris with Strade Poldark. So a quick interview with Hannah.
By taking the heavyweight hunters here at Royal Welsh. How are you feeling up there?
It's a little bit unreal, to be honest with you. There's not a lot this horse hasn't done, but to win here on the first time, absolutely brilliant.
I was just going to ask, is it your first time here? So he's added the Royal Welsh to his tally. I'm not going to keep you much longer because I know you're expected in the championship. Many, many congratulations.
We will see them in for the championship later.
Indeed we will. Thank you, Anwen. Yes, it's very busy here at the showground. As you can see, we will be going for the news headlines at 2 o'clock. Before that, a quick look at the weather forecast. Here's Alex Humphreys once again. Now then, there's a yellow weather warning for north-east Wales, and there seems to be some heavy rain coming in from the west as well. That's for this afternoon. Highest temperature 22 degrees in the Monmouth area. Tonight, well, those clouds will be moving in from the west, but the temperature's between 13-14 degrees centigrade. And by the morning, the worst of the rain will have reached the north, especially the northeast. Tomorrow, a cloudy start, but by the end of the day, the rain will have moved west, but before it does so, there is a danger of a few heavy showers in between. Yeah, it's going to be altogether quite of a mixed week as far as the weather is concerned, but I think Thursday might be the best day of the week, according to the forecast. Well, Alex in the S4C section on the showground had been teaching some youngsters how to forecast the weather, but we, as I said, will be leaving for the time being. News headlines coming up, but we'll be back later.
Pnawn da i chi, mae ffermwyr Cymru yn cael eu hawgrym cyntaf o faint o gymarthdal y bydden nhw yn ei dderbyn flwyddyn nesaf gyda help adnodd newydd ar-lein. Fe gafodd fersiwn terfynol o'r cynllun ffermio cynaladwy i gyhoeddi'r wythnos diwetha, ond mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn dal i fyny i bod yn barod i drafod.
Rydw i'n parhau i gwrando i'r ffermwyr, dim ond ar SFS, ar cynllun hwn, ond hefyd ar pethau pwysig eraill, fel y co-op, Control of Agricultural Pollution hefyd. Mae llawer o gwaith i wneud, ac rydw i'n parhau, fyddwn ni'n parhau i siarad i ffermwyr ac hefyd i gwrando a ffermwyr hefyd.
Hefyd, ar ein prif raglen ni heno, mi glwn ni ragor o bryderon am effaith y dreth etifeddiaeth o 20% ar ffermwyr ac eiddo sydd werth dros filiwn o bunnau yma yng Nghymru.
Ar ôl dyddiau fi, bydd ei amhosib er bych chi'n i gymryd yr lle ymlaen. Heb law, bod nhw gwerthu'r peth o'r tir, ac wedyn, gallwn nhw byth yn ei bywoliaeth, mas o bethau ar ôl.
Mae ffarmio, mae'r asedau yn uchel, ond ydy'r arian ddim yn y banc.
Sneb yn gallu mynd i fford o fe. Mae rai nhw gwerthu ddiaroff, bydd rai gwerthu felly shed neu felly ffarm. Mae'n distrwa busnes.
Wel, wrth ymateb, mae Llywodraeth Prydain wedi dweud fod newidiadau i'r dreth etifeddiaeth yn hanfodol ac y byddai ond yn effeithio ar y 500 o ffermwydd cyfoethoca yn y Deyrnas Unedig bob blwyddyn. Bydd y corff sydd yn goruchwylio'r diwydiant dŵr Offwat yn cael ei ddiddymu yn ôl Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig. Mae adolygiad o'r sefyllfa'n annog creu rheoleiddiwr dŵr newydd i Gymru ac 8 o'r eraill dros y ffin yn Lloegr. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru'n croesawu'r datblygiad. Mae ddod yn brif hyfforddwr rygbi Cymru yn fraint ac anrhydedd anferth. Dyna eiriau Steve Tandy fydd yn cymryd yr awennau ddechrau mis Medi. Mae'r Cymro yn gadael ei rôl gyda'r Alban ac mae disgwyl iddo fod wrth y lliw tan o leia gwpan rygbi'r byd. Hynny ymhen 2 flynedd. Dyna ni am pnawn ma, mi fydd ein prif raglen ni newyddion S4C fel arfer ymlaen am 7:30 wedi 7 ano hynny yn fyw o Llanelwedd ac o Gaerdydd. Hwyl chi am y tro.
A dwi'n cymryd yn ganiataol bod pawb sy'n bresennol yma'r bore yma ar fore cynta'r sioe fawr yn gyfaill nid yn unig i Gymdeithas Amaethyddol Cymru, trefnydd y sioe ryfeddol yma, ond hefyd i gefn gwlad ac i fyd-amaeth Cymru. I ffordd o fyw y traddodiad i Gymdeithas war sydd wedi byw yn y gornel hon yn Ynys Prydain. A ddewisodd y llecyn yma i'w chartrefu hi, ac a wnaeth y lle y fath ganolfan ardderchog i amaethyddiaeth Cymru a chefn gwlad. Ar wahân i'r arddangos a'r cystadlu, y trafod a'r gwleidydda, un o'r elfennau pwysica'r digwyddiad wrth gwrs ydy cyfeillgarwch. Mae'n bleser ar mwyaf gen I gyhoeddi bod sioe fawr 2025 yn agor.
The broadcaster and journalist, Dave Thomas, who had the honour of officially opening this year's Royal Welsh Show on behalf of his county, the featured county, Carnarvonshire. Well, welcome back to the showground here as we look forward to this afternoon's activities. Here we will be with you, of course, until 5 o'clock this afternoon. The weather's been very kind here in Llanelwedd, and as you can see in the background, there's so many people who've come here to visit the show this year. We will be looking ahead to the Supreme Beef Championship later on this afternoon, but in the meantime, here's what's coming up in the next hour. The Welsh Hill Speckled face breed will feature in the sheep ring. We'll take a look at the pigeons and doves in the fur and feather section. And in the sheep shearing shed, we'll be watching the wool handling finals. Well, the competing in the main ring is drawing to a close, as is our coverage. But we will start again, of course, streaming live at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Any information we require is available on our website, which is s4c.cymru/sioe. Well, yeah, we do have a busy afternoon ahead of us here at the Royal Welsh Showground. And as you can see, the presenters are in every corner of this showground. And the cattle ring, of course, has been busy all morning, even though, as we've alluded to earlier on, the numbers aren't as high as they are usually, and obviously there's a reason for that. But the highlight of the day, of course, in the cattle ring would be the Supreme Beef Championship later on.
Ardderchog, mi fydd o'n heiddi I hufen ia pan ddaw. Ydwch ni fynd draw at Meinir, a lle ti arni erbyn hyn?
Meinir, of course, has been keeping an eye on the sheep ring. And the Welsh Hill Speckled face breed will be featured quite soon, of course, as that particular class draws to a conclusion. So it's going to be busy. We'll be looking at the Suffolks as well. And the Suffolks won the main championship in the show last year, of course. So the sheep ring is drawing quite a crowd. And then Aaron Pugh looks quite comfortable there, leaning on the fence as he is. He's been in the Forestry section. He's been in the Heavy Horse Village, which is a new addition to the showground this year, of course. And later on, we'll see him in the fur and feather section. But he's also got his eye on the ice cream man, and off he goes. Well, if you've got a spare cornet, Aaron, you know where to bring it.
wedi dod I ben erbyn hyn, ond dyma olwg rwan ar yr hyn ddigwyddodd yno yn gynharach.
Right, let's go back to the main ring and see what happened there earlier on. Here's Anwen.
Thank you. We have come to the conclusion of the hunter section in the north part of the ring, and this is the championship. So here we have the winner of the small hunter class, which was in the ring at all those early hours earlier, 9 o'clock this morning. So the winner of the smalls, the winner of the lightweights, the winner of the middleweights, and the winner of the heavyweights have all come forward. And actually some of the second place exhibits are eligible to come forward for the championship, and I think some of them have. So here we see our two judges, Miss Louise Daly, who's been busy with the ride judge all morning and has had some fantastic exhibits ahead of her, and our confirmation judge, Mr. Nigel Peel. So such a good standard in front of them, even though the numbers haven't been massive in comparison to the Welsh Cobs that we see at the other end of the ring. This is just a chance for them to see each of their winners stood next to each other to compare. So we saw there on the left of the screen was our winner of our small hunters, and that was Jessica Pritchard with the winner of the small hunter class, and let me just get my facts right. It was Lauren Rees's horse, ridden by Jessica Pritchard, Borderfield's Mr. Titan. The winner of the lightweights that we saw there in shot, that was ridden by Matthew Ainsworth, and it was Emma Allen's horse from Pembrokeshire, Foxridge Hiraeth. The chestnut there you see on the side of the shot is Redemption Ground, the winner of the heavyweights, and then the coloured there that we see in the shot was the winner of the middleweights, and that was Jane Griffiths' Pembrey Kind of Gold. So this is all really just personal preference, and if the two of them can agree on a champion that they think would be worthy to come to the top of this section. Personally, I like the lighter type of horse, so I'm going to put my money on either the lightweight or the small hunter. I don't know if Gerald here is going to have an opinion. He sometimes likes to question me with the horses.
I'll never question you, I never question your knowledge, but I do like the black and white horse. I'm talking in terms of that, not weights and all whatever.
So you like the stronger stance of the horse?
Well, it's a good standard of horse, that is. As far as I'm concerned, a carry great lump like me, perhaps, wouldn't it?
I'm not saying that you're a lump at all, Gerald, but yes, the middleweight horse would be to carry somebody a little bit taller,
I'm wrong,
I think. So it looks like a decision has been made, and it has gone to Emma Allen's horse from Pembrokeshire, Foxridge Hiraeth, and the reserve has gone to the heavyweight, Redemption Ground. So congratulations to Emma, all the way from Pembrokeshire, and I believe she bred this horse herself. And Matthew Ainsworth on top there, a very, very prolific show producer of hunters over the years, based in Herefordshire. So congratulations to them. And I do believe they may well be hopping back on the lorry and heading down to the Royal International Horse Show, which is down in Hickstead in Surrey, which is starting tomorrow. So it's all whether Matthew will be returning for the championship of the Supreme Horse on the Thursday afternoon. But congratulations to Emma Allen with Foxridge Hiraeth, the winner of the lightweight section, and going on to be champion of the Hunters section. And then in reserve we had the winner of the heavyweights, Lisa Davey, with Redemption Ground. A quick interview with Matthew now.
This morning, Hunter champion at the Royal Welsh Show 2025.
Very, very much so. Yeah, super, and couldn't happen to nicer people. The guys that own him, they've got an organic tannery in Wales, and they're the only ones. So proper good supporters of the horse game, and that's how it should be.
And what are the plans for this horse now for the rest of the season?
This horse actually goes to the Royal International in a couple of days, and then he'll have a bit of a break then.
It's wonderful to see there the owner in the background there enjoying the success of her own horse. So congratulations, I'm sure the champagne will be flowing in Pembrokeshire this afternoon. So congratulations to Matthew.
English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C Viewers Hotline.
Right, so let's get back to the sheep shearing shed, and it's heat number 6 in the open wool handling competition.
Yes, we're back and having a look again at these young ladies, and we've moved on, and the experience of the open ladies will up the tempo a little bit, Llun, and as you can see, this young lady has done that more than once.
Yes, certainly, and we've got a Tri-Nations competition on our hands again here, and we just see the efficiency with which they're going here. You said about having dags and things to pull off. They're doing it as they're rolling here, and I'm guessing that's from experience, just knowing the feel and what needs to be taken off where.
They can pick a fleece up. A lot of these young ladies can pick up the fleece, actually, again, guess by the weight of it, basically, that if there is components on there that shouldn't be on there. And
they'll essentially know that very much from the drop of that fleece on the table.
Yes, indeed.
Now, looking at these tables, these are obviously purpose-made tables for rolling wool for the competition. They wouldn't have this luxury every day when they're rolling.
Oh, no, certainly not. No, a lot of farms and that. In the southern hemisphere, in New Zealand and that, yes, you would have a table like this in every shed, because obviously the stations are a lot bigger and there's a lot of sheep being shown every day in particular stations. In this country, then no, a lot of people would just have perhaps an old table put on top of a barrel or something like that, just
or
to
a board
make
on the floor.
Exactly. Yeah, but obviously then the value of the wool in this country, unfortunately, is significantly less than what it used to be, and a lot of farmers will tell you now, whereas they used to be able to make money out of the fleece and shearing, now unfortunately it costs you to pay the shearer more than the value of the product. But you still have to remove that wool off the sheep for health reasons and for them to do well as well. So it's a job that has to be done, and obviously you've got to try and do it to the best of your ability, because we still do get a small revenue for the wool. Now, as I stated, not as much as we used to, but it still has to be done efficiently and right.
And in the short time we've got before we'll have to leave the shearing shed again, these girls will obviously have come through the ranks and work their way to the top here, and we'll learn a little bit more. I'll maybe ask you later, Gerald, about how they've come to this point of this skill level.
I will do.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh, and we are heading straight for the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. So we're joining the Dutch spotted sheep once again, Gerald. We saw the male championship earlier on. We're joining the female championship now.
Now then, our judge then, let's hope he's helped us out a little bit easier this time than him.
Line them up
in terms of ewes and ewe lambs and yearling ewes.
Well, to be honest, size-wise, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot between them. There's a tremendous... To be honest, I'd say this is a stronger class than the males. These are tremendous sheep, aren't they?
They are.
I'd say we've got the ewe lambs closest to us, yearling in the middle, and then...
We've seen this young man here holding the champion male earlier on. I wonder will he be...
Oh, and it's the yearling ewe that's taken it. It's Tom Nash showing on behalf of his wife Louise in the background there. She's
familiar face there standing behind him. Mrs.
Louise is an
Gibbons,
absolute
Sarah Gibbons.
Top breeder of the breed, been in them from the very, very start. Her father, Brian Davis, is a mule and Blueface Leicester man himself, but Brian also keeps these, the T-Gwyn flock, and Louise has the Maryborough flock. So she will be absolutely delighted. Louise as well got the reserve ewe lamb there. So it seems that the ladies have been giving their husbands the better sheep today all along, haven't they?
You got it wrong, probably.
There we go, and they're back again. They're having a fantastic day.
So different colour contrast in this one, Ems. A complete black and white Dutch spotted, isn't it? That's what you would call a spotty, isn't it? She's probably out the dotty by spotty, is it?
Yeah, no. Surprised how the years fly, isn't it? So, yeah.
But she is powerful, she's stylish.
Yeah, no, she's done well.
How many have you got?
Well, there's surely about 50 breeding ewes now, and yeah, so, yeah, no.
Plenty to keep you out of trouble.
Oh, God, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be back in the sheep ring soon enough. In the meantime, as we heard him say earlier on, Heiron is in the fur and feather section, and he's got the company of Dr. Aled Bradburn, who happens to be a vet as well, but he's keeping an eye on everything here, checking the conditions of all the birds, and obviously that was quite an important thing to do, obviously.
Yes, unfortunately there's no ducks or hens here, or geese, what have you, poultry at the show this year due to avian flu restrictions. So quite similar situation we've mentioned about blue tongue restrictions. Unfortunately, there isn't more animals in the with the birds then, but pigeons, being less susceptible, have been allowed. But as you mentioned, Gareth, that they were vet checked quite closely on being entered.
And not only is he here to check the birds before they're exhibited, he's also got a few of his own pigeons here, including the one that's in the background there, and Aaron just referring to the red card there. This is a cock, which, was Aaron saying, was quite quiet earlier on.
I think he's a bit camera shy.
Yeah.
So capuchin yw Dutch capuchin. So
Dutch capuchin, quite a young cockerel. And it's the first showing in the Royal Welsh, and obviously done very well.
We follow the livestock in the livestock rings and say how competitive things are, but you are not going to get any fiercer competition anywhere else.
Is that so?
Than the poultry and the pigeons.
Oh, that's certainly the case.
And you know Aled quite well.
I do, yes. Aled would be a vet down in our area, very local to myself, and I didn't even know he was a pigeon fancier, so it's something else to start a conversation with him the next time I see him.
Well, Aaron is just asking what you're looking for when you're judging. So you need to handle them to make sure that the body itself is fine. You check the feathers.
So chi'n gweld fan 'na ma'r plien bach yn llai. So mae molta wedyn Neu'n siŵr bod y cwt neis y lan, a wedyn just condition.
So that the tail feathers are nice and clean as well, just the general condition of the bird.
Not dissimilar to anything else that's being judged here at the show.
Certainly, it's about the overall conformation of an animal, be that a small bird or a large bull or a horse.
He's obviously very comfortable handling that pigeon as well.
Yes.
Different scores. Oh, wedyn mae breed specific.
Different breeds have different scores and different traits. So with this example, as Aled is saying, there's a hood there as well.
Different breeds to different standards.
Ond about.
Y prif thing though yw cael y hood neis na sy'n eistedd a bod e ddim yn dod gormod.
Yeah, you don't want the hood coming over too far. And don't forget to close the door in the cage. I'd like to see them chasing the pigeons round that section. Had they forgotten. We'll be there again, I'm sure, no doubt. But we're going to return to the cattle ring, and it's back to Gerald and Llun. We're looking at the British White.
Yes, so we're coming back here to another native breed, another sort of UK-based breed, but a breed that has traditionally been a lot rarer than a lot of the better-known native breeds.
Yes, indeed. A minority breed, probably, then, is perhaps one of the accurate words to describe them. But still, they have their place, and it's good to see that they're represented here in the biggest show in this country.
And they've gradually become more and more popular here over the last few years. It's a breed that, from a professional perspective, as a breed society, they've taken up classification as well to try and improve the sort of conformation and structure of the breed in terms of a breed progression program.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that, because they have a place in society, in the cattle society, the same as any other breed, don't they? And to be fair then, as we say, this is actually stronger classes than some of the other breeds we've seen, isn't it?
It certainly is, which is suggesting to me that there are actually quite a few British Whites here in Wales as well.
Moments ond na. Da. A Brian Palmer o Wlad yr Haf yn beirniadu, a mae rhaid i weid o'r unig...
And our judge for the British White section today has travelled from Somerset, a gentleman that is well versed throughout various livestock and agricultural practices, been showing jerseys in his earlier life, has various sheep and horses that he also shows, and also he started with the British Whites in 2016 and has had great success with the breed as well since venturing into those as well.
Very uniform class, isn't it? Very, very similar size right throughout.
Yes, certainly is, and obviously we haven't addressed the class that it is. It's the heifer that was born in 2023. And
that one wasn't born in 2023.
Well, I was just about to say, I protesting to the efficiency of them, that there's a 2023 born British White heifer here already rearing a calf, but you sort of beat me to it. I noticed this heifer here at the end is actually red as well. I hadn't realised there was
red pigment. Oh yes,
red markings within some of the British Whites as well.
You missed that one then? One you must have classified and got it wrong or something like that.
Oh, it's not a breed that I ventured into classifying on a professional level myself. There's other members of the team that would be carrying out the classifying in the British Whites, Gerald. So I'll bow to somebody.
Don't pass the buck now, right?
I'll pass that on to some superior knowledge.
Oh, indeed.
With yn anffodus, with y TB test a gyda'r standstill, oedd ddim yn bosib I dod â nhw i'r siow a gwerthu nhw ar ôl wneud test arall. So, oedd e'n decision anodd I ddim dod â nhw, ond...
Dwi'n meddwl...
We've, as we've mentioned, we've got a strong depth class throughout, and we have got a winner.
Wedi mynd ar garden goch yn y dosbarth yma, dosbarth rhif 6 dim 3.
3, 2, 1, 6 is the winner.
Ac, arbennig.
That's a fair mark.
nice, ond fi di...
Wel, a i edrych nawr.
And come from Ceredigion, Mark Kennett and the young heifers called Cadarn Cantaloupe.
Wel, llongyfarchiadau grefft.
Coming to the fore, and congratulations to them.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd. And Nia is now in the home produce section with the cookery and produce. And she's with Kath Llewellyn Morris and looking at the decorative and confectionery work.
Yes, these exhibits are absolutely amazing. And as you mentioned, it's judged on the decorative work. So in the cookery classes, we see that the cakes are cut and opened up, but these are judged purely on their decorative skills then. And this class then was a decorated cake or dummy down on the farm.
And there's some intricate work being going on there.
Oh yes, and but then it also shows like the modelling element of the sugar paste, but also the painting as well of like the fields and everything on the cake as well.
And as somebody who won first prize for a lemon drizzle cake in Pontarddulais show, Llun, what are your opinions?
Well, I was just going to start questioning Emma, to be honest, Gareth, about the making of the sugar ornaments.
So they're basically made fully from sugar.
Yes,
and then painted afterwards.
Yes, like a icing.
An icing sugar paste then?
Yes. Well, this one now is a class then, a decorative plaque under Caernarfon Castle. So this one would have been painted on an icing plaque. And also you can see like they've been crimped on the outside as well. That would have been done with a little tool.
And it's all hand. It's all been done by hand.
All been done by hand, yes. And you can see some other ones here. Then
just fishing for a little more information. Just when we're looking at all these painted things here, then Emma.
Yeah.
This would all be edible as such, then.
Yes, you would buy edible paint. Yeah. And you can see a lot of this kind of intricate work being done on wedding cakes and stuff by different artists.
I can see Pontedilla shows cake classes is going to go up in the world, can it? Promoted by you and here.
Wait till the next one, Gerald. You'll have a few cupcakes there as well.
So this one was a display of decorated cupcakes, a minimum of 5 cakes, but there was no actual theme dedicated to the class then. So we can see that this one has been done under the Alice in Wonderland theme then.
So it's up to the individual's imagination, I suppose. But
yes, and this one then, the Women's World Cup, Rugby World Cup.
Yeah, that's
so
coming up soon.
Different elements to depict that, and this one then like a beach scene. But again, just purely judged on the decoration of the cakes.
But regardless of the fact that there isn't a cake underneath here, the skill level is absolutely phenomenal.
Hours and hours would have gone into it.
And I'm talking about not having an actual cake there. Now then, we see here that this is for a novelty cake or dummy.
Yes.
But so what they're judging is the intricacy of the decorative work.
Yes, absolutely. So to save, I guess, having to bake a cake or bring a cake to the show, they can do it on a dummy, which may be a polystyrene shape or what have you, whatever they use to have these. So this one like an under the sea type of theme. Beautiful work, but taking the first place is the burger and chips.
It amazes me, the quality and intricacy of getting the cheese slices and things so delicately placed.
Yeah, and looks like it's melting a little bit and things. So this one was a decorated celebration cake. So it looks like we've got a wedding cake or a birthday cake. This one in second place is absolutely stunning, really stylish.
And unfortunately, the reason why she didn't win the main prize, according to what Kath was saying, is that they'd used the flowers that had been made already.
Ah, right.
So she's
very
obviously
interesting.
Been marked down for that.
Yes, because this one here, then, I would say, would have made these flowers from sugar, which is an absolute skill in itself. So that would all be edible.
And each of those will have had to be mounted on something because there's obviously a wire or something running through there.
Some kind of wire, yes, to make it look like it's an actual plant set on that cake. But worth a trip up there to see these amazing exhibits if you're in the show this week at all, because there's some amazing skills on show.
And if there's a lemon drizzle cake next year, Llun?
We'll have to have a go.
Thank you, Llun. Thank you, Emma. And I'm sure we'll be back in that particular section again. In the meantime, looking down at the showground, we head for the main ring and we'll join Anwen again.
Thank you, Gareth. We are back at the south end of the ring, and this is class 145, and this is the second class of the Welsh Cob Section D's under saddle. We've already seen the geldings, and this is the mare class. So there were 39 entered, and a lot of them have come forward. A very good class for the judges. For those of you who haven't been with us all morning, the judges of this section are Zara Owen is the ride judge, and Mr. David Davis of the Ceylan Stud is the confirmation judge. So, as some of you who have been with me all morning, the Royal Welsh is one of the only shows that the ride judge actually rides these horses. Normally, it's the exhibitor themselves that does a show. But this particular show, we get an actual ride judge. So it's something different for a lot of these horses to be ridden by a ride judge. But it just takes that little bit different preparation in prior for this show. And we see there Mr. David Davis and Zara having a chat with their steward to see if the marks have been allocated. So as we mentioned in some of the earlier morning classes, there is a 50 marks for performance and 50 marks for confirmation. And if there is a tie, it's the performance marks that takes precedence. So we shall see what these marks have come. Sometimes it's a shock for the judges themselves, because they've pulled in what they had liked on their original go-round. But it looks like our winner has come forward, and that is Claire Hope with Heolas Prydferth, a mare in a novice season, and she's being ridden today by Jessica Pritchard. So congratulations to her. And then in second, it looks like Charlotte and Christine Lawrence and Phillips with a Garth Fach Classic Edition, ridden here today by Katie Marriott Payne. And in third, we have Serena Crump with Llanarth Dina, ridden today by her daughter, Anna Crump. So fantastic result for all of those being pulled forward. We will.
You stated then, Anwen, that the judge would be 50 points for
the performance,
confirmation, and performance. Would that be out of 50 points, or would it be up to 50 points? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is it minus? So if you had 49 points, you've only lost 1 point, or would be 49 points would be exceptionally good?
49 is exceptionally good.
So they award points rather than deduct points?
Yes, they do, yes. Each judge has their own different pattern. Like some judges will mentally deduct for a wrong leg or something like that. But it's usually they just give the performance mark of what they deem is thing. And there's a various range. They can use up to 50 marks.
So actually then it is possible for an animal to have 100 points, would be 50 from each judge?
Yes.
That never could be beaten?
Technically, yes. I don't think there is such a thing as a perfect horse out there. I'm the same as your cattle and your sheep.
I agree 100% with you, but I mean, that's what I would like to know, is it the deduction, and if you end up on 87, well, you're still the winner, or do you end up by only having 12 points and you're the winner? Do you understand?
No, it is the highest number of points. So we can see there Jessica Pritchard doing her lap of honour with Heolas Prydferth, owned by Claire Hope and ridden today by Jessica Pritchard. So we will look forward to her having a little break in the stable and coming back for the championship, and we'll have a quick interview with Claire Hope now. So she's quite emotional. So she bred her herself. Ieuan Morgan is the breeder. And she was actually a 50th birthday present to Claire herself.
You've done a lot of the work on her whilst Eleanor, your daughter, has been in university. Eleanor actually rode in the class before and was third. I know. What does it mean to you to have produced this mare to this standard?
She's a real young baby, and she's just so excited for the future on it. And she just went in that ring, and you would have thought that she'd done it for years. I'm delighted with her.
Well, I think Claire is very delighted as well. You've got a third prize winner and a winner. Good luck in the championship. Pob luck.
We'll see Jessica and the mare in the championship later on.
Thank you, Anwen. And once again, we look down on the sheep ring. There's quite a few people gathered there, of course, to watch the proceedings this afternoon. And we're going to join Gerald, who's with Emma.
Yes, we're in the championship of the Dutch Spotted. We featured these quite strongly, Ems, in the way through most of the classes.
Absolutely tremendous show of 4 sheep in front of us here. We have the male champion and the female champion and their respective reserves behind them.
And considering, as you stated earlier on, Ems, this was a minority breed at one time,
Well,
and they were in the only other breed that was in the show. And
they were a very new breed in the UK,
right.
you know.
So strength has gained. And
massively and very quickly as well, you know, and very popular sheep very quickly. Superb strength.
Is your champion then, Em? Are we going for the...
Well, that ram is super strength and power, but that yearling ewe from the Nashes is very stylish.
Oh, he's gone for the ram.
Yeah, Taylor Wilson.
The Wilsons taking the overall champion. Very powerful ram. It'll be interesting now to see where the reserve goes.
Laura.
Everything feeling rather tense down in the sheep thing there, isn't it?
Fair comment, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Fe gawn ni weld, le mae am fynd.
Will the ram follow in his
Very good animals throughout. You can tell by the way that the judge's hand actually comes along the line. There is no indentation. The rear end is
consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, consistent. Good word,
yeah.
I like this. Perhaps I like the
yeah, she's stylish. Very stylish. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they'll be absolutely delighted.
Well, we'll feature the Dutch Spotted Ram in the overall championship later on.
Yes, later on in the week. Can't wait for it.
Wilsons, Cnwch o Bowys.
welcome back to the showground, and without further ado, let's head straight to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Llun.
Yes, and we're rejoining the British White classes. And this is the heifer born in after the 1st of January 2024.
So, hwn yw'r junior heifers.
So they'd be the junior heifers.
There's a variation of size in this particular class.
There is, there certainly
there's
is.
another one of your favourite colour, look.
Yes, no, very strikingly marked red, and still they never go away from where the markings are. They're very much the colour at the bottom of the legs, the nose, the ears, and the rest of them white.
Somebody's fooling with you, they've been clever.
Di establisho tua dod lan at 40 mlynedd yn ôl. So ma nhw wedi bod yn cystadlu
And the previous class that we featured, the winner, this is from the same stable.
Nesa I cerdded, number 3, 2,
and we've got 4 forward, and as you said, the variety of sizes, the little one right in amongst the rest.
A ma hi wedi bod yn cystadlu am 3 mlynedd, so hi'r...
But to be fair then, numbers. So the show is well supported in the numbers of this rare breed.
It's quite interesting you mentioned numbers, Gerald. As a breed then, they were down as a rare breed due to their low numbers, but their numbers are actually increasing, so they're now considered a minority breed then, so not quite as in danger as what they were previously. And I guess with more sort of schemes looking for native breed beef production, then it does make them a little bit more attractive to get these premium in beefs, and who knows in the future if support payments are heading towards environmental grazing and schemes like that, then this kind of breed of animal will become even more attractive in the future once again.
Yes, and I'd agree with you there, Emma. I think the other thing that makes them very attractive for people is if you are farming a small number of acres or small blocks of ground, they'd be not an overly large animal, a resilient sort of size that would be able to graze all sorts of forages, and that's probably part of the appeal of them as a breed for people as well.
So these now then, am I correct in saying, as down in Llanelwedd there where we are, we didn't have a home park, they have white park cattle? Different breed completely?
Yes, they did.
There's very similar features though, aren't they?
Certainly very similar features, and I think if you go back far enough, there could be sort of similar relations, but no, they are a different breed in as such to the white park that's down there.
So they're very similar in breeds, with the white park being white with black or red spots, but with white dark tipped horns. So one would be horned.
I would suggest then that these are natural polled, and these
yes,
they do look the round top of the head and should suggest that.
So, but then the white park then I would say would be horned, white horns with black tips.
And yes, and the contributor with Ivan has already alluded to the same thing as that we've mentioned here, that the registered number is climbing with them every year, which would suggest that what Emma would told us earlier in terms of them moving up from the rare breed to minority is the step in the right direction for them as a breed in terms of getting larger numbers throughout. We'll hopefully rejoin the class for the result later on.
Wel, dydw i heb symud o'r shed I air. Dydw i wyau shed I air, joke wael gyda I, sorry bawb.
Aaron Pugh, still in the fur and feather, and he's joined with Gethin Lewis, who most people would associate with sheep shearing. And he will be in the sheep shearing shed later on this week, but that's not the reason he's with Aaron either, because for about 20 years, Gethin has been competing in the fur and feather section with the eggs, and he's registered apparently in 18 different classes. He's had quite a bit of success in the past and today, if that is anything to go by. And as Aaron is asking, where does he get the time? He's got about 30 or 40 hens. But of course, combine that with the work he does with the shearing, then Gethin, he's from the Llun Valley, but he's a very busy boy.
Tremendous show of eggs here at the show, as we mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, due to some restrictions, bird flu restrictions, we don't have any hens or ducks or chickens here. So a lot of people have entered the eggs instead to support the show. And I'm not sure what the different classes here.
The gorau bantam, my new
the bantam
hens.
Bantam hens eggs,
yes, so they are quite small as a breed, so of course their eggs are going to be smaller as well then. So there's different classes for different breeds of hens. There'll be different coloured eggs as well. And of course you've got your duck eggs, geese eggs. A tremendous colour on these brown eggs.
You've broken records with the shearing. How many eggs do you eat a day? Only about 3 or 4. I got to be careful. I'm not that keen on eggs, to be honest. But I tell you what, he's had a lot of success in actually exhibiting them. Yep. He's had some success in the shearing shed, as we know, but there's a big test ahead of him on Wednesday when they take on the New Zealanders. And they've already beaten New Zealand in the past, but there's another big test coming up in Wednesday, and he's really looking forward to it and hoping that they'll have a bit of luck on Wednesday. That's a big question. Have you kept to the fitness routine, or have you gone off the straight and narrow? No, he's ready for it. He's bang on form, as they say, and we wish him all the best. He's had success with the eggs. Let's hope he has success in the shearing shed as well. So, from the fur and the feather, and we will be joining Aaron later on this afternoon, of course. And we're with you until 5 o'clock, so there's another 2 hours to go here on S4C. But in the meantime, let's head over to the main ring and join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. So it does look like we have come here at the perfect moment to see the winner of the Welsh Cob Section D Undersaddle Stallion section being pulled forward. So class 147 for those of you who've been following with a catalogue. And the winner there looks to be exhibit number Y1582, Daniel Garner, with Prynhawn Llw, bred by Mr Jones and ridden today by Vicky Smith. So sired by Fronarth Solomon out of Prynhawn Jubilee Rose. So congratulations there now go to Daniel Garner. But a fantastic class of 25 entered. So perhaps not as busy as the other classes, but a very, very good turnout of stallions, and showing the versatility of the Welsh cobs in that these stallions are not just for the main ring on the Wednesday afternoon. They have a job, they have a purpose, and they can be a performance animal as well. And the rosettes there being awarded to the winner by the sponsors, and that would be CLA Cymru, as well as Llun Johansson from Sweden, I believe, is the sponsors of this particular stallion class.
So it's quite likely that we will see some of these stallions on Wednesday in the Cob competition?
Possibly not. It's very rare that you see a ridden stallion also performing in hand. They should be able to do both jobs, but it's not very often that they do both jobs. So I think,
why would that be?
I think it's one of those that you want to keep the brain sensible for the under saddle job, and that Wednesday afternoon ring is electric with all those cobs and all the atmosphere and thing. And these cobs have behaved brilliantly this morning and behaved with impeccable manners. So
you were trying to say realistically that if they had the stallion prepared and right for the Wednesday, it'd be a very difficult job to manage him under saddle.
Possibly. It has been done in the past with a couple, but we'll go back to that at a different time. All right, Gerald? But there we are. We will say the congratulations go to Danielle Garner with Prynhawn Sioe. And in second place, we had Garfach Classic Edition. So we will see these later on.
Wel, croeso nôl ato ni fan hyn at y gwartheg gwyn Prydeinig ac i ni...
Thanks, Anwen.
...agosau at ganlyniad, dwi'n meddwl, y beirniad Brian...
And it's back to the cattle ring, and it's back to Gerald and Llun.
Y beirniad ac yn mynd trwy I bethau, a mae Megan...
Yes, we're back to the British White class that we've seen earlier on, and the heifer born after the first of the first 24, and we see quite a variation in size, but quality will always be there, just that the animal hasn't matured. Perhaps the little one in second place, or standing in second place at the moment, hasn't had time to mature to the strength of the animal standing at the top.
Certainly, but if this is where the judge is lined them up, which is looking likely, the way he's taking the handshake, I think what he's doing is placing them according to their correctness and a standard of the breed, rather than according to size, which is why we're seeing the variety from the largest to the smallest in second, and then the range, because he's obviously picking them for the attributes that they're offering rather than their size.
Quite right, and perhaps you'll see that little calf standing in second coming to the fore one day.
Well, certainly that's always a great opportunity for them to try and keep moving towards the top of the class, isn't it, as the animal matures.
That's right. I think I know which one I'd rather be leading round anyway, but the small one is my capabilities in handling it.
They're very fortunate here. The one is very nearly lost his halter, but will rejoin the cattle ring later.
Bryd cynhenid I Sir Drefaldwyn a Gogledd Ceredigion sy'n mynd i'n sylw ni nawr, sef y ddafad penbryd y Bryniau Cymru. Ac yma wrth ochr I yn cadw'r bryd ers ond ddim o beth, mae Mari Davies o Bontarfynach. Croeso ato ni, Mari.
Diolch.
Reit, y bryd yma, maen nhw'n bryd caled yn dyn nhw. Maen nhw'n bryd mynyddig mawr hefyd.
Ydyn, maen nhw'n bryd caled, a maen nhw wedi mynd yn fawr. Fi ddim yn meddwl bod nhw'n arfer bod mor fawr, I wedi gwir. A fydde rhai ddim yn amau bod nhw wedi mynd twtsh rhy fawr.
So we go back to the sheep ring once again and judging a different breed altogether, Gerald. We're back in the hills now with the Welsh Hill Speckled, and we're in class 893, which is the aged ram, aged 2 years or over.
Yes, this particular breed has done very, very well, isn't it, in past shows
yes,
now?
Yes, and we've seen a lot of them in like the Lloyd family
the group
competition.
Yes.
Yeah, done very well in those, haven't they? So, as we just said, a hill breed, very different to some of the other breeds we've seen already today. And
there's an interesting shot there now, Emsen, in terms of this particular judge.
Yeah.
He's asked these sheep, obviously, to stand, and he's asked these sheep to actually stand side on.
Yes, so he sees like the side profile.
The length will play a big factor on these particular animals.
Yeah.
So
especially in the ram, isn't it?
Exactly, and having him standing, say, side on to himself, then he can basically judge the actual individual length and see which perhaps ram is the longest.
Tremendous power in these.
For a hill breed, they are powerful
they are,
rams, yes,
they?
Indeed. And I suggest they weren't shown in the middle of June neither, were they?
No, indeed. And like Llun, we're speaking this morning about the Welsh Black cattle and how they're known for having a thick coat and things, and trying to get that ready for the summer show. These sheep have been bred to have thick fleeces to keep the weather out, and it's an important part of their breed, isn't it?
Yes, indeed it is, and obviously a lot of these rams, as most of the hill breeds, and most of the breeds are shown then in March, April time to get a decent fleece of wool on them then, ready for the sales, and maybe most of the rams in here are for sale then in the autumn sales or not, who knows, but I'd suggest that the majority of these rams are shown quite a bit earlier, obviously for the show ring, and come in there and he was slick as glass. He wouldn't look quite the part up against these sheep.
No, quite
inch and a half to 2 inches of wool on them, would they then? So, strong class, well represented. And the old ram class is usually the say weaker end of the shows, but this here then is strong and well represented.
The judge there, Mr. Bryn Lloyd Jones.
Well, yes.
Keeps a flock of 500 purebred speckled sheep. And he says he will choose a sheep that he wants to take home, and one that can cope on the mountain and is a tough sheep.
This particular breed then is very strong up in the Mid-Wales area, in Llanelwedd and Llandinam and around that part of the world, and on a lot of the hills there in the Cambrian Mountains, that's where they thrive, and we'll hope we come back later on and see how he's made a decision.
Don't forget, you don't have to be here in Llanelwedd to feel part of the show. You can take part on Facebook, YouTube, X, Instagram or TikTok. All the information is available on our website, which is s4c.cymru/Sioe. Right then, let's head back to the main ring and join Llun.
Thank you, Gareth. So we are standing here at the south end of the ring, watching the pinnacle of the Welsh Cob Section D under saddle. So this is the championship where the first and second place from the geldings, mares and the stallion class all come back to contest for the overall champion of the Welsh Cob Section D under saddle. Our judges this morning, Zara Owen, who's been in charge of the ride, and Mr. David Davis from the Ceylan Stud has been in charge of the confirmation. They've had a very busy morning, with, I believe it's been about 115 entries forward in their classes. So congratulations to them on a busy morning, and I hope they've enjoyed it all in that main ring. They've had a bit of sunshine, they've had a bit of rain, they've had a bit of everything. I do have to apologise because I did say an incorrect result in the previous stallion results. So I got the winner correct for Daniel Garner with Llun Llew, but in second place it was actually Sarah Redmonds with Llanelwedd, Mr Jones, ridden today by Sarah Parker. So for those of you who haven't been with us all morning, I will recap who we've got in front of us in the championship. So the first class was the geldings, and the winner of that class was Ringside Zorba, ridden by Kate Williams, and the second was Simone Harrison with Waishaw Red Admiral. The winner of the mare class was Claire Hope with Heolas Prydferth, ridden today by Jessica Pritchard, and in second it was Charlotte Lawrence and Christine Phillips's Garthfach Classic Edition. And then in the stallion class, there in front of you, the winner of the stallions was Danielle Garner's Llun Llew, ridden today by Vicky Smith, and the second was Sarah Redmonds, Llanelwedd, Mr Jones, the black one, second from the right, ridden today by Sarah Parker. So the toughest decision of them all for the two judges of this morning, having a good deliberation there and having a good chat with the stewards, and the long wait for all those competitors. And the most important part of the day for me is having a good photo. Those photographers make a fortune out of me. And there we are, it looks like they have called forward the champion and reserve, both coming from the stallion class. So congratulations there go to Danielle Garner with Llun Llew. A previous winner of Horse of the Year show last year. So he, and then in second there we have Llanelwedd, Mr Jones, ridden by Sarah Parker. So congratulations to both of them, and what an extra honour is that they get to meet Her Royal Highness Princess Anne.
And of course, Hen or Kilch.
Something that I have yet to have the honour, but my claim to fame is I have worked and ridden the Queen's horse, so I rode her sister's horse many years ago. That was my claim to fame.
But
as protocol follows now, the class has to stand down. Everybody gets a chance to have a good chat. She is a fantastic horsewoman in her own right, and she thoroughly enjoys being such a down-to-earth lady, and being a patron of so many charities and so many aspects, and it's wonderful to see her at this Royal Welsh Show this year. So I think she's going to actually get an opportunity to present the rosettes, so that will be a fantastic honour. And I'm sure it will be a photo that will definitely be up on the mantelpiece. So
I'd gofio Llun Llew fel mae fe wedi fagu nawr te. I'd gofio Ronald Solomon ag allan o Llun Jubilee Rose.
So we can say here now.
Taylor Jones.
But she gets to give her the champion rosette to the champion Cob stallion. So actually the last time her Royal Highness was actually at this show was 3 years ago. So it's nice to see her back so soon. And I believe she first attended all the way back in 81. Now I'm going to say how old I am now because I was born in 1981. But that was 43 years ago. Go on, Gerald. You're going to say it. Go on, say it. But no, congratulations to Vicky Smith riding Danielle Garner's Llun Llew. And we will look forward to seeing them perhaps on Thursday afternoon for the Supreme. We'll have a quick chat now with Hannah.
Ridden Cob Royal Welsh. Now, I know you've had a lot of history with this horse. How are you feeling and what's next for him?
It's my first time at the Royal Welsh, so quite a good one. I don't know what he's going to do next. We plan to come here, Mr Royal International, so probably one show then Hoys.
So the Horse of the Year show now at the end of the year, he'll just go back. Has he been covering at all this year?
I'm not sure what Danielle's done with him. I don't know if she's collected off him, frozen away. I don't think she's actually naturally covered with him this year.
So hopefully, because he's only 6, isn't he? plenty of future ahead of him. I'm guessing Danielle is over the moon.
Yeah, over the moon.
So, are you going to come back for the Supreme on Thursday?
I'm going to have to get from the Royal International back here to do the Supreme.
Plenty of travelling, but I'm sure it'll be worth it.
A busy week ahead for Vicky there.
Thank you, Anwen.
Jane Roberts fan hyn o...
Well, Nia is with the handcraft section with Jane Roberts, who is here in the Royal Welsh and judging here for the very first time, and she's been struck by the variety of exhibits, and she wasn't 100% sure what to expect, but she's obviously been pleased with what she's seen.
A wedyn yr iar sydd yn fendigedig dipyn bach o wallan y gwnïo, a wedyn yr creadur bach yma'n den drydydd. A maen nhw yn trio hynna yn eitha trwm.
So yn great job on iawn.
So a lot of these classes, of course, they're quite open. So there's a lot of different techniques can be used for the same class. We have this class then is a shopping bag. So of course we can see some been appliqued, some have been patchwork. So she's just saying here she was looking for a bag that was lightweight, because once it's full of your shopping, you don't want the bag to be too heavy. She said that one was a little bit on the heavy side.
Yeah, I think the category is a bag for life.
There we go. Yeah. Yes. So that's the one that came first. Just actually been lined with a insulating material
to keep everything cold and cool inside.
Yes,
like a kind of a cool box.
Yes. So you could buy your chilled items in the food hall here at the Royal Welsh and then carry them home in that.
Yeah, and it's also got a strap which you can you could carry it over your shoulder should you choose to do so. Yeah.
And that one in third again has got that strap as well.
Williams yn ail ac yna Eirian Humphreys yn y canol y fanna. Ia, nawr, yn gysylltiad dda iawn ydyn. Oed. Da chi ddim yn crafu pen dipyn heddiw mas?
Yes. It's been a difficult job judging this particular section. We're into the crochet section here.
And she's just saying that is the craft that she likes. But there's 25 entries in this class. So she just sorted them out first with what does she like. Yes, so this class then is for an item of crochet, but with granny squares. So you would crochet the squares individually first, and then you put them together to make a complete item. So like this one here is a blanket. Some have made cushions, but that winner there, much larger squares, then has been put together to make like a poncho or a cape or something. Yeah. So she said, there's different types of wools have been used in that one. Yeah, and she said it's been used like a gold thread has been used in it. So it's really hard to crochet with that because it tends to be difficult to use.
Catrin Cyril, yeah. A Olwen Jones yn drydydd, a Careen Robinson yn ail.
And here then we have any medium and of a sheep.
It's probably a difficult class to judge, really, isn't it?
Very difficult because it is all different types of mediums. So we've got felting, you've got that looks like a painting or drawing, you've got crochet again, patchwork, everything. But some amazing looking sheep. We've seen a lot of sheep in the sheep ring today.
Exactly.
So the one that became third looks like it's been made out of ceramic.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell from that angle.
That ram there looks like he's about to jump out of the pen. That's needle felting. It is absolutely fantastic. It really, it's so realistic.
Lifelike, isn't it?
It's yes, it is.
Metallic.
And those eyes, the details that have gone in.
She's just saying she has the... And yeah, absolutely. There we go, and another needle felting taking second, but a different again, even though they're both needle felting, they're very different, aren't they?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Bryn Lowry Hughes. Llongyfarchiadau mawr.
Roedd dwi'n dall bod hi yn cystadlu bob blwyddyn ac erioed wedi cael y gorau'r sioe. A dwi'n dall bod hi...
Catrin Lowry Hughes winning, and I think Jane said there that she won for the first time, am I right?
Yes, it sounds like it, yes.
O, dyna dwi'n neud bob blwyddyn. Mae pawb arall lawr, mae genod y 4 annyn nhw fo'i gwir a'i plant am yr wsnos. Dyn dwi'n watched ar ôl y cwn y cathod.
Okay, so her children and grandchildren are usually down in the show, and Jane is usually at home watching on the television. So, but this year, role reversal. She's had a different show this year, judging for the first time, and really enjoyed herself as well, as she said.
Ar y top.
Ar y top.
Diolch i chi am y sgwrs. Mae iawn, pesio. Siwrna saff yn ôl adre chi.
O, siwr o wneud. Diolch yn rhan ydw. Diolch.
Welcome back, and there's an aerial view of the sheep ring, and there's been quite a few people there this afternoon keeping an eye on the proceedings, so let's rejoin Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we are rejoining the hill speckled rams, 2 years old or over. The judge there, Mr. Bryn Lloyd Jones, has been busy inspecting while we've been away, Gerald.
Yes, indeed he has, and I never realised when we were looking before him, there's quite a significant difference in a lot of the size of these.
There is, isn't
they?
there? And they would have reached. You can't say it's because one was born earlier than the other, because by this age they should, they should be.
They should be a little bit more uniform.
Yeah,
yes, indeed, that's a very strong sheep.
That it is, isn't it?
So, and that's what would come into the as a hillman, obviously keeping 500 ewes, as he said, Mr. The judge here. Then a lot of people wouldn't like too much size, because obviously then they're not quite as hard as they would consider them want them to be, so perhaps a little bit more uniform, but then of course size is what counts when you're selling fat lambs. And I don't know about the breeding side of these particular ewes. Would the draft ewes of these go as to the mules? I haven't seen any hill speckled cross mules about, so I don't know, do the draft ewes of these actually go to a lot of people buy draft speckled ewes then to put a blue-faced Leicester on, and draft Welsh ewes to put a blue-faced Leicester on. I'm not too sure if any of these actually go, but
maybe in small numbers.
Noticing then that the actual wool then looks a little bit slacker on a lot of these particular rams, and then there's a ram in the middle there that look very, very hard coated. So that will be obviously a preference of the judge, and probably where he is farming and the type of soil which he's farming, because there is a serious variation in the white face, as in so many different breeds, in the Talabont to the Cheviots to the Glamorgans to whatever, and it's a lot of it is based on how hard their coats are and how hard on the conditions that they actually live in. So this being a breed, say, predominantly would be kept in the same area, I would think, up there in, say, North Mid Wales, if that makes sense. And it is quite sort of interesting to see the different types then.
Well, the winner there is Mr. Thomas Roberts. He's taking...
They all have significant same markings then, as in black eyes, black nose, and most of them have got a black bottom half of their leg. So is that an actual breed characteristic?
And the second place then is Mr. A.G. Roberts. Tremendous, powerful lineup of sheep. Yes, just saying, as a breed, they're very easy to keep, easy lambing. Yeah, so Mainir just mentioning that the Queen's Cup is allocated to this breed, so they'll be crossing their fingers.
So we're back in the shearing shade once again, and another heat of the open wool handling competition.
Well, I believe we're on to the final of the junior here, aren't we?
Sorry, I'm wrong, yeah, sorry.
Yes, final of the junior, so those wool handlers that we saw earlier today in the very earlier heats that we did, these are the ones that came to the top.
And that seems to be the case in the qualifying classes. These young ladies were taking their time and making sure they do it correctly to get through to the later stages of the competition. Now these young ladies have upped their pace, and they are considering themselves to be in the best of the best, so they will be trying a lot harder and trying to go a little bit faster. So.
Yes, and 3 Welsh young ladies competing here, Sarah Griffiths, Glesney Wyn-Jones and Maggie Lewis.
So as I alluded to before then, if they win this particular competition then here today, or whoever wins this will obviously be automatically transferred up to the next section in terms of the intermediate wool handling. So it is a progressive progressive competition then, in terms of once you've won a certain section, then you will be transferred into the next section. So
and just a little note there, we noticed in a clip just before, the judges passing the clipboard over, so similarly to when they're judging the shearing,
yes,
the judge obviously they obviously move around each of these competitors as they do there to score them fairly, as the same as they would with the shearers.
That's quite right, yes. There'll be no designated judge to an individual person. Each judge that is out there now will move, as you say, in between the three, so there's no bias or no favoritism in any form or fashion, and every judge will assess what they do. And actually, I'm sorry I haven't got the information, but they've rolled a significant more number of fleeces in this final than they would have in the qualifying heat. So I'm not too sure on how many actual fleeces, unless we're able to see how many they have actually had to do, but they definitely have upped the numbers. And this young lady then is going very well here.
Yes, and the same process as before. Clean the stand where the shearer was.
That's right.
Then they'll move on, last fleece to be rolled, and then they'll clean the floor and ensure that they leave the working area as clean as possible.
Dawn ni weld sut mae'n meddwl hi'n gweithio fan hyn, a di hefyd got taclus a threfnus I allu clirio popeth mewn pryd. A di siwr braidd chi?
Each of the shearers that have been supplying them the shorn fleeces, standing, waiting patiently to see these girls finish. I started asking you earlier, Gerald, about the way in which these wool handlers progress, similar to with the shearers.
Yes, exactly the same. Yes,
there'd be an opportunity to learn. There'd be a sort of a school as such. Or certainly, when you go down to the southern hemisphere, you have to pass a course.
And actually, a school. Then I mean, it's basically self-explanatory, isn't it? In terms of, I would think that, as I stated, as all most shearers would have been ex-rousies in the start, and they would guide them on their way, and a lot of these girls then would learn to shear as well, or the rousies would learn to shear. They'd shear sheep in the break or the lunch break or something, and get helped along by the shearers, and basically it'd be the same in the wool handling, wouldn't it? If they give a little bit of a tip and one a bit of a hand. So we'll have to come back in a while to see what happens.
Well, we're going straight back into the cattle ring here, and coming to the championship of the British Whites, which we've featured on a few occasions this afternoon. Now, we haven't seen this powerhouse of a bull that just was in and out of shot there at all featured yet, but we did see this young heifer earlier coming to the fore in her class.
Yes, indeed. We've seen the championship of this, and we've alluded to that the champion of the breeds that we've seen prior in the Welsh Black and the Limousines and that will come forward, and we've seen the Welsh Black bull winning, like you say, the powerhouse of the breed. So it'll be interesting to see what this particular judge nominates to represent this breed in the British White,
so the
representative in the overall championship, beef championship.
So here in the British Whites, we've got the senior bull was the male that came to the fore, and he's Castleton Ken, exhibited by David Wright, and the heifer that we've got representing the females is Cadan Cantaloupe from Mark Kennett, and these will fight it out for the championship of the British White breed, and then we'll obviously see, as we've done previously in the championships we've featured, the reserve champion of that sex coming into the ring, potentially to joust with the opposite sex, the remaining opposite sex for the reserve championship.
Interesting, more prominent than on the bull is there's like a fleck throughout the coat, isn't there? A lot of black spots on the bull.
Yes.
Obviously he's got his summer jacket on, and then he's very, very slick and smooth, so there is no coat to hide that. But interesting on the skin there is, and actually you can see on this heifer here then there is a few spots as well. So
yes, certainly not quite a roan, but a little mottle, isn't it?
Well, that's very common. Mottle is a good word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not just quite there to be a roan, but a bit of a mottling.
Can't call them completely white then, can
No,
you?
No, we can't. No, there is that little bit of mottling through the
yeah, and obviously we've seen it on their feet and on their nose and on their ears, but there is a significant amount of more colour in these particular animals here than we have seen.
And I think in terms of the breed itself and characteristic colours, the standard marking would require dark colour through the ears and the nose and the bottom of the feet. They'd be undermarked without having those pieces of colour throughout them. But a little too much mottling would also be classed as overmarked within the breed as well. So I'd say this is probably at the limit of acceptability from the perspective of colour. But obviously conformation is also key in terms of getting the placing of the breed. And the breed standard also states that the skin should be fine and handle well, and a dark pigment would be preferred as well. So it's obviously suggesting that it does require that pigmentation through the skin, and also that fine skin also suggests that it carries a finer bone than some of the heavier boned continental breeds as well.
So we obviously see the champion then is going to the senior bull in 3:2:07.
Yes, that was Castleton Ken that was here.
And we see the reserve to him in the male section there come into, as you say, into play.
Yes, and he was second in the class to him. That bull is Cadarn Sentinel. So we'll see whether he is successful in coming into the reserve place.
Well, actually,
yes, and he is. Actually, he is. Yes, so, he is going to be the reserve breed champion. So as you've mentioned earlier, Gerald, these breed championships will have various different connotations. It's sometimes the female, sometimes the male, and then they can follow on with the reserve male or female behind their respective champion. And congratulations to David Wright on his win with Castleton Ken.
Welcome back. And we'll head straight to the main ring and join Llanelwedd.
Thank you, Gareth. So we have now come to another class. This is for cobs and what we would class as our English cobs. And our two judges there is Rachel Thomas, who I believe has been commentating here with everybody in the porter cabin many a time before. I don't know if she's due to join you later on this week. And I believe this is actually a change of judge for the confirmation judge. It was meant to be Robin Sharp, but I believe it's the Jonathan Geek who was part of the retraining racehorses earlier this morning. So, cobs are more of a type rather than an actual breed in their own right. And as you can see, they are shown with hogged manes, which means they're clipped out, trimmed up, and a pulled tail. So they are... there are three types actually combined in one particular class here, but normally they are broken up into three different types. Now, the lightweight and the heavyweight, which are a maximum of 155 centimetres, and then the maxi cob, which is up to 16.2, which is about 168 centimetres. Now, because this is a type rather than a breed, there is a little bit of a saying that a cob should have the head of a lady but the arse of a cook. Now, well, that is quite an old-fashioned saying, but it's meant to be a workman-like animal that would be able to carry any member of the family, and even though it is strong in its substance and body, it should be light to the and flexible to the ride and soft and responsive to the judge. So we had a class of 13 in this entered, and 8 of them have come forward. So over the years, this has probably been a class that hasn't had many entries forward, so this is probably one of the best entries in most recent years. And it does look like they have called in someone there, and you can hear the screams and shouts from the grandstand. But I am not going to say anything until that red rosette gets given, because I've done that before in the past. But it looks like the sun is shining and all this hard work for all these people. The horses are gleaming, the riders are smiling, and it's the end of a lovely morning. Probably in the afternoon by now. We shall see how they fare. But Rachel there, she's actually judged all different types of ponies. She has had a background of horses all her life, but never actually worked with horses. She's only ever had them as a hobby. So she is a real stalwart for the amateur rider, because she knows how much hard work goes into them, fitting around the horses, around a full-time job. Myself is included. I work full-time, but I fit the ponies in before work, after work, and on the weekends, and every small moment I get. But Rachel was, if some of those who have followed the horses over the years, was actually a ride judge for the Section C's here last year. She's done a ride judge for the Section D's over the years. So she is a very, very knowledgeable judge. And she will be looking for something, because she has got a history of racing. She wants something that was going to have a nice walk, but also that was have been light and responsive to the ride and forward going for her. And then Mr. Jonathan Keek, because he was part of the retrained racehorses earlier this morning, he would have been looking for something that had the power, the correctness and the confirmation to go on and carry on doing a day's work. And we can see there that the rosettes are being presented by the sponsors of this class, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Harris. So congratulations, what a wonderful shot there. So congratulations to this beautiful coloured horse, Megan Crocker with Shanbally Ginger, and ridden by Megan herself in the ring. In second place we had Tracy Veal, Red Beret, and in third Charlotte Butler with Cobuccino, and we shall see them later for the Supreme on Thursday.
Thank you, Anwen. Now, the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society's flagship award is the Sir Brynner Jones Memorial Award. And this year, the award focuses on the beef industry in Wales and will be presented to a farmer or farming business that has made an outstanding contribution. And here are the nominees.
Dylan Jones, dwi'n ffarmio yma yn Castellior.
Well, Dylan Jones farms at Castellior Farm on Anglesey. And the farm finishes about 1,600 head of cattle annually on a self-sufficient, low-carbon system, balancing innovation and environmental responsibilities for a sustainable, profitable beef enterprise. And the livestock management software is used to manage herd performance and monitor the cattle growth rates.
Phil Jones, fi'n byw a ffarmio fferm y lan Llanelwedd.
Phil Jones farms on the Llun in Llanelwedd, and the emphasis at Llun has been on developing a profitable, efficient and easily managed 120 cow suckler herd, producing well-grown store calves for sale. And Gwyn Edwards from Betws Gwerfyl Goch. Both Gwyn and his wife Llun have been keen to pass on to the next generation their wealth of skills, experience and dedication in producing the optimum beef animal.
Na, mae'n andros o fraint cael yn enwedig gan Sir Fôn lle wedi cyrraedd yr ystyfer.
Well, attention to detail, commitment and awareness of innovation are just a few watchwords for the beef enterprise at Castellior. And for Phil, it is an honour to have been nominated. And when he was nominated by the county, he had to think about accepting. He didn't want to let the county down. He didn't mind about letting himself down, but he just couldn't let the county down because there are a lot of very good farms in Carmarthenshire. And for Gwyn Edwards, winning the Sir Brynner Jones Memorial Award is like being awarded the OBE. So those were the nominees, and earlier today we heard which one had pleased the judges, Di Lewis and Clive Rhodes.
Now the winner of the Sir Brynner Jones Trophy Medal and Memento is Dylan Jones, Castellior, Ffordd Pentraeth, Gwrdeithwy yn Ysmôn. Os dewch chi ymlaen, i gael eich cyflwyno dy'r wobr.
Braint, ydy cael llongyfarch.
And Nia is joined by the winner of the Sir Brynner Jones Memorial Award, Dylan Jones of Castellior, and he's just saying it was an honour to have been nominated by the county of Anglesey, and having gone through the all the interviews, and he's been nominated on the shortlist a few years ago as well. But so he was familiar with the process, because getting here without knowing or understanding what the process involved can be quite daunting. The standard was extremely high, and Dylan fortunately had been in this position before, but winning it for the first time. So what does this award mean to someone as yourself, getting the recognition for the work you do? I was aware of the fact that we had to show a great deal of respect towards this particular award, because it is the most prestigious award that the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society has, and having seen the past winners, one was very, very aware of that.
Dwi wedi bod yn ffodus, dwi wedi cael yn enwebu. Dydy o'n fatha bod fi wedi sefyll allan y cae yn gweithio fy sylw, ond na, dwi wedi bod yn ffodus.
No, I've been very fortunate to have been nominated. It's not as if I stood in the middle of the field and put my hand up and said, nominate me. I was nominated by members of the society within the county and within the beef industry in Wales, and now people want to know, where can we buy the beef? I've got a contract with APB. And as I said before, farm finishes about 1,600 head of cattle. Self-sufficient environment, and it's not create. What we've done is create the system to suit the needs of the farm without buying anything in, as it were. So it's a tight cycle as far as the crops that we grow. And there's about 350 acres that we have a variety of crops which we grow on, and we just make sure it works for us. And who's the team that's responsible for all of this? It's a family farm, of course. It's still a family farm, yes it is. That's what's amazing, really, because sometimes my father will see things that I don't. I can remember when Anglesey was the feature county. Your father was the president at the time, and he's here today, but I haven't had an opportunity to speak to him yet. I've been judging with Farmers Weekly, so it's been quite a busy time, but I haven't had an opportunity to celebrate yet. But I'm sure Llun Jones will celebrate before the end of the night. Right, from the Sir Brynhawn Jones Memorial Award to the sheep ring, and let's join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're back in the sheep ring, and a breed that we haven't featured today before, Ems, in the familiar markings and distinguishing features of these sheep, our Suffolks.
Yes, absolutely, and a breed...
a native breed of the United Kingdom.
And a breed that's done very well in the championships, overall championships here over the years. So do you think quite possible we might have our champion in the ring here? Now, who knows?
Who knows? The Suffolk Sheep Society have suffered. They would have been probably the dominant force in the terminal sires as of many years ago, but like the cattle industry and whatever, our continental breeds have come into the country and have taken a big percentage of the commercial ram trade.
You would still, though, if you go to any breeding sale, you would see an awful lot of blackface crossbred ewes going through, wouldn't you? They still have, from that aspect of the industry, there's still a huge influence in it. You know, when you see your blackface, Suffolks out of a mule ewe and all those coming through the breeding sales and in your commercial ewes.
I agree 100%, and in fact I'll go one step further and say that I think personally they are becoming back a significant strength.
Yes, though they are.
They are
absolutely.
now more, because just for the few breeding sales that we've seen this season so far, there's a lot of Suffolk Cross ewes have been sold already, and they have commanded an exceptional good trade.
So maybe, having suffered at the introduction of your textiles and Beltexes, they've found another significant niche in the other, a different use for them, isn't it?
The Beltex Suffolk, Beltex textile, Chalrays, and obviously the Dutch spotted, the blue textiles and all them. Yes, they are major features in the fat lamb production, but I do think that the Suffolk Cross ewes now have become a female that has come recognised, and obviously a lot of people then are using the Suffolk ram on their mule ewes and whatever instead of on their textiles to produce these future breeding ewes. The fact is, at the end of the day, whether you're selling fat lambs, store lambs, or whatever you're selling, tipping the scales and getting them lambs up to the designated 22, and some works can pay up to 23. This breed will get you there.
Yes, and doing it as quick as possible.
That's quite right.
Is what you need to do, isn't it?
And they are, I would say, easier finishing than perhaps some of the continental breeds that are out there.
Similar to what we say with the native breeds and cattle compared to the continentals, isn't it?
That's quite right. It is, yes. Well, as you stated, now then. This is probably be one of the strongest classes that we've featured throughout the show. So to be fair to the stockman of the country here, then keeping Suffolks, and there's a lot of them here, and there'd be a fine example, isn't it, in front of us here of the quality of the Suffolk as well.
Our quality is tremendous. The power in these ewes is outstanding.
Power is the word, Emma.
Yeah.
You're quite right, yes. To be fair.
So there we go. We'll be back later on with the judge, Mr. Andrew Evans, in this class of Suffolk yearling ewes.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, and we're into our last hour of our transmission here on S4C, and we're heading for the cattle ring, because quite soon we will be going there for the Supreme Beef Championship, as the animals are slowly entering the cattle ring. So there'll be quite a bit of excitement there in a few minutes' time, and we'll find out which breed will win the Supreme Beef Championship. That is to come later on. And Gwyn Edwards from Betws Gwerfyl Goch, I believe, will be the judge. He was one of the nominees for the Sir Brynhawn Jones Memorial Award as well, which went to Dylan Jones of Castellior on Anglesey. But now, before the Beef Championship, we'll head back to have a look at the Suffolks in the sheep ring and join Emma and Gerald.
Yes, thank you very much, Gareth. We went away for a break there, Gerald. So the judge, Mr. Evans from Powys, has been casting his eye over this tremendous class of yearling ewes.
Outstanding quality, to be fair, and as you alluded to many times, power is the word, and I believe these particular yearling ewes have got extreme
the width
power. Look at the bone underneath them then, isn't it?
Yes, and they are known for having strong bone, aren't they, this
But the
breed?
conformation is very, very good. The Suffolk Society, obviously in competition with the Continentals, that have worked very, very hard to secure an animal now that has got conformation.
I think something we've spoke about earlier today is consistency, isn't it?
That's quite right.
You know, look at these as a class, consistency. Oh, and indeed we've got the red card out, and super powerful ewe at the head of the class there.
He's even got excited he's lost his number.
He's lost his number, but he's got plenty of colour on the ewe there, on his white coat.
Colourful ewe, powerful ewe.
She is super. And I'm sure it won't be the last we see of her. Hopefully we'll see her come to the foreign championships later on in the week. Here we go, the ewe from Mr. O. And bred by the exhibitor.
I'll have to stay at home next year.
But amazing, first and second?
Yeah, just a bit, yeah.
Am I right to say that the father was quite successful here last year?
Yeah, male champion last year, yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah, and both homebred this year.
Amazing.
Can't believe it.
And maybe a step closer now, doing a repeat of last year.
You never
Overall
know.
champion of the show.
I know, it'll be nice. We'll see.
Brilliant.
Well, we're heading for the sheep shearing shed, and let's join Gerald and Llun for the intermediate wool handling final.
Yes, young lady that I know there, Cyril Richards, in shot.
Yes, we saw
number one. We've seen her from Llanelwedd, so she's done very well to make it to the final. So she'll be hoping to go one step further. So the pace has picked up a little bit, as we've seen from the juniors just a little while ago.
Yes, and she's joined in the final here by another two Welsh ladies, Angharad Davis in the middle stand and Ffion Jenkins in this side then, run shot now. And obviously, as we said, they're in the intermediate section here. So we've stepped up a little bit from the juniors. These will have to again roll more fleeces than they had in their heats as well.
We have very fortunate in terms of the shearing competitions here. As you can see, all competitors are wearing the Ariat work shirts, and the British Wool Board or the British Shearing Committee here have asked me to thank them on air then for their generous sponsorship and that, and as you can see, it's a great expense in terms of all the clothing and the prize money and that they will give. So a huge thank you to the Ariat group for sponsoring the competitions here in the Royal Welsh. This young lady then is going very, very well and is rolling the fleece exceptionally tight. And I'm sure that's what they will be looking at. But actually then, I know all these sheep are exactly the same in terms, but a lot of the wool will come off these particular ewes, as we alluded to in the competitions then. Some are tighter fleeced than others, and obviously then we'll get a better finished product if the sheep wool is tight and rather than slack. So it is easier then to roll a tighter fleece than it is a slacker fleece. Obviously you'll get a better finish. So it does vary slightly, but overall the work will be exactly the same, and I'm sure that it will be judged exactly the same.
Yes, and that's probably down to the judges' eye to notice the tighter fleeces.
Oh yes, fair
off
comment.
of
Yes, it will be taken into consideration, but after the end of the day, they will examine every fleece that they have wrapped, and then they will examine the board to see how clean the actual working area is. So that will all count, and as we said, time is a factor as well. So obviously the young ladies can't work no faster than what they say the shearers can shear the sheep. So the shearers will all try and be consistent in shearing the sheep in the sort of the similar time frame, and we do see them finishing very, very close to one another. But you can see then. So there we go. Cyril Richards is finished first, but that doesn't mean that she's going to win. But we will hopefully come back and see if she is.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Llun. Well, the first highlight of the week in the cattle ring is the Supreme Beef Championship.
Dewis y gorau o blith pencampwyr y bridiau.
Na mae wedi mynd am y Limousin, y fuwch enfawr.
The Limbs from Scotland have won it for the last 2 years.
Wedi mynd â hi. O, bobl bach.
But prior to that, several other breeds have won the championship.
Lincoln Red. O, mae wedi mynd am y cemento. Mae'n lyflu o uwch. Andy wi, chwarae deg. Ie wir, y fuwch blond wedi mynd â hi.
Pa bryd eitha hi yn
But which breed will win in 2025? That is the question, and let's find out. Let's go back to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Llun.
Yes, welcome to the final, as you would say, or the climax, or whatever you want to describe it as, of the beef section here in the Royal Welsh Show for 2025. And we have a representative from all the animals or breed animals that are on display. And as we alluded to before, then Llun and I have talked about it regularly, then that we will have both male and female representatives from their breed, actually, in terms of whatever their breed designates or think that they have got the best animal. So it'll be interesting to see whether it'll be male or female. And
yes, and there's 14 breeds eligible to provide a breed champion for this interbreed championship, and it's the cross section of everything. We've talked about the native breeds, the continental breeds, and this is where we see them all come together for this final showdown for the individual interbreed beef championship.
Sioe the bull, the Welsh Black bull that we have featured many times throughout the day. And a judge then from North Wales.
Yes, Mr. Gwyn Edwards from Better Squirrel Goch, a man more known for the commercial beef section, but that may well qualify him even better to judge this than having a preference in terms of one individual breed.
That's quite right.
A man that is probably more inclined to have an understanding of the final product in terms of where their end goal is getting to in terms of that commercial finished animal.
Quite right. Yes.
So he'll look at it in that sense, but also want to see the sort of a breed standard within them as well. Obviously, also well known as being the son of the famous tenor Trevor Edwards as well. So he'll possibly sing his reasons for us as well when we get to that point.
We shall have to wait and see, but difficult scenario to judge as actual final, because like we have all different types of animal. The conformation varies serious, right from extreme conformation from some of the continental breeds to the native breeds haven't quite got the same conformation, but still all these animals have been turned out professionally and have won their respective breed sections, so they are the best animal that's on display. So he's very fortunate in a sense then to be able to get his hands on every animal that's been winner of their respective breeds.
Certainly so, Gerald.
It's the best of the best, isn't it? So
and just glancing through some of the information he's provided in terms of what he'll be looking for, he's stated that it won't matter in terms of extremities of conformation, that he will be looking for an animal that has the characteristics of the breed that they are representing.
And correctness, yes.
And obviously, above and beyond that, there will be correctness and also, as you said, Gerald, involved. But we're probably keen to accept already that the breed judges have already accepted and presented to him the very best of their breed that are correct in all forms. So yes, as you stated, he's probably got the most unenviable task this afternoon of sorting all that out then.
And quite ironic, Llun, then we featured the Welsh Black and we featured the British White, and we've seen both bulls of their particular breeds come through, but just at this present moment then, that's all we seem to be seeing is females of respective groups in the Charleroi here, and we did actually see the Limousin heifer come through then, so we know that, and I've just happened to notice that I see the Shorthorn and the Hereford cow has come through, and I do believe the Aberdeen Angus has come through, so there's a lot of females in front of the Mr. Edwards here to judge.
Certainly is, and I think that's testament to each breed's judge sending on what they feel is the most correct animal and the best presented animal of their breed. And as you've mentioned throughout the day, that we will see that variety when we get here. You know, we have a cow and calf here representing the blondes. So it is that opportunity to see that broad variety of everything within the beef industry, isn't it?
Yes, indeed it is. And as I stated before then, it is the cow that will be judged. We've seen the Hereford cow there with her calf. The calf has no bearing at all on the judge's influence. Like you did state that I'm sure that he'd cast an eye over if the calf was of a very, very poor nature, maybe it would have a bearing on his mind or whatever, but this cow is a good maternal cow and they're doing a good job in a calf, so I'm sure Mr. Edwards will be assessing this very good blonde cow here in front of us and thinking this is a very good animal.
It is, and she's
a big powerful cow, that is, to be fair.
She's come from that stable Thor Atkinson, which have got 3 animals across 3 breeds here in this interbreed championship. They've got the winning Limousin heifer, this beautiful blonde cow that we're just seeing in shot now, and also the Aberdeen Angus. They've come to the fore in each of those 3
big players within the
certainly so
in the final here.
So they've got an odds-on a chance of getting something out of this championship.
Here we go, and then there's the Limousin heifer coming forward, and this is another big, powerful, well-made, well-put-together animal.
Oh, we've obviously talked about the judges from the breeds sending forward what they feel are the best of each. But we've also discussed during the day that it is a judge's opinion at the end of the day. And each judge will have various different preferences. Some may have an inclination to go towards the cow and the calf, or sometimes the younger heifer, or sometimes the bull. And even though we're here sat admiring each of these animals in their own right, we'll never read the man in the middle's mind, will we?
No, certainly not. And long may continue to, then no influence. It is his day. It is his decision to decide what he thinks is the best animal on show, irrespective of breed or colour, shape or size, isn't it? And it's like if you fancy that particular animal and you think that animal is correct, well, you'd be letting yourself down if you didn't put it forward, wouldn't you?
Well, that's certainly correct, isn't it? It's his prerogative on the day to select the one he feels is most appropriate to be the interbreed beef champion here at...
I'm not a betting man, Llun, but I'm going to say it'll be a female that will win this year's championship.
Well, I see very little evidence to disagree with you, really, as we stand...
Although the cemental bull here will probably differ, and he'll be thinking perhaps it's his day to shine then, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, he's got a lot of work to get through. As I said, there's 14 breeds that have got that opportunity to send in a champion, and this one is Craig Mellin Aglen, 24 from G&E Lloyd, so come out from the junior bulls of the cemental classes here today, come into the fore.
It's a Carmarthenshire bred bull then. Getting Lloyd there from Breckfa in Carmarthenshire. I didn't know he bred cementals actually, but
well,
if he does, I do now.
We all learn something new every day, don't we?
You do, yes, indeed. And he must have thought that the judge, the cemental judge, this is a junior bull and does quite well to pass the senior bull somehow in the particular classes.
Isn't it just a very mobile young bull?
Yes,
and
indeed,
having not featured the respective classes, we haven't sort of seen what he's managed to surpass, but congratulations to him for getting here and coming into short year now. The British Blue champion for the day from Rhys Millichap, another female.
Yes, indeed.
In front of us here. Ramil Yu Dancer, homebred, young blue heifer from Rhys Millichap, leading the blue classes here today. And we've touched on it during the day, the blue tongue restrictions, but it hasn't withdrawn any from the quality of what we've got in front of us here in the championship.
Indeed,
this is a true spectacle of what Wales has to offer the beef industry in terms of the variety and variation between these breeds and what each of these breeds offers us in the beef industry.
All these animals would hold their own within any major show, wouldn't they? It's a very nice blue heifer from Rhys Millichap there.
Certainly is.
Llun down in the Rhondda. So here we have to come back in a while, Llun, and have a look.
Welcome back, and we're going to go straight back to the cattle ring and rejoin Llun and Gerald.
Yes, and we come back here for the interbreed individual beef champion. And Ivan's going to go around and ask a few of the unofficial judges around the ring their thoughts on the championship.
I'll probably say the Welsh Black.
He's a lovely bull.
Oh yeah, he is.
Good boy, well done. Are you enjoying the show? Who's going to win?
I'm going to go for, I like the Limousin.
Lovely heifer too.
Yeah.
It's a great championship. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Hello, shwmai? Who's going to win?
I'm going with the Angus.
Cracking. Cracker. Thank you very much. Are you draw fan hyn? Helo. Shwmai? Shwd I chi? Chi'n iawn fan hyn?
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn.
I chi'n mwynhau'r bencampwriaeth?
Ynden.
Hon wedi cael ofan. Pwy ti fel sy'n mynd i enni?
O, iesgwrn mawr. Mae safon yn arbennig ond oes. Elli ti'n rhywun fynd yn nhw.
Sa'n di sefyll allan o gwbl?
Smental, tar y dydd. Mae nhw gyd yn wych.
Maen nhw yn. Y gorau o Gymru. Joiwch, cofio hynny. Ei, mwynhewch. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. A gai nôl lawr i'r pwynt sylwebu at Lia Edwards a Will Owen Lia o Betws Gwerfil Goch a Will o Gricet. Amrywiaeth o atebion fyna, am pwy o nhw melodd yn mynd I fyna hi.
So yeah, Ivan's been around the ring and had a few various answers there for where they'll go. So we're still none the wiser even from the unofficial judges around the ring where we might end up here.
That's a powerful cow, that beef short-horn cow.
It is
anyway. That's
colossal,
one of the biggest
powerful
animals
cow.
that we've actually seen.
From Ceredigion, from Llwyn Howell and Nia Roberts in Llanelwedd there.
They have featured a lot in the...
Yes, they've become very successful in these beef short-horn classes. Seem to be able to turn them out regularly, coming to the fore in the classes. She is a colossal, powerful cow.
It is a big cow. It's a huge cow, actually. So we got some longhorns in Wales.
Highland.
Well, Highland, is
Highland,
it? Oh,
isn't it?
gee whiz, yeah, you're quite right. Oh, yeah.
It's usually me that gets that one wrong, Gerald.
I'll have you back on the Holsteins and the Friesians. It's been a long day, you know.
But in terms of weighing up every breed for its own characteristics, a very, very good specimen of a Highland in front of us here. Quite a square-shaped sort of cow. We obviously got the hair the coat that we were talking about with the Welsh Blacks this morning is probably even more important for this Highland cow. It's if we think about the area and part of the country that they're usually destined to be living in.
Yes, indeed.
Mae'r safon yn arbennig. A dyna un o'r pethau pawb di sôn yw just pa mor dda yw safon y gwartheg sydd yma. Arbennig iawn. A tipyn o ffordd I fynd o hyd wrth gwrs mae'r fuwchred Pol I ddod at Gwyn nesa. Ac wedyn fydd e'n dechrau tynnu nhw fewn i'w trefn. Ond am y tro, ewn ni I weld beth sy'n digwydd draw yn adran y defed ag at Meinir.
And we're moving back into the sheep ring here, swiftly. Back into the Suffolk ring. And I'm going to hand you back over to Emma.
We have the overall championship by the look of it. We have the very powerful ewe that we've seen earlier on. And the first time I would say looking at this ram lamb.
Yeah.
So
this is
we skipped a few little parts of this particular
classes, yes,
section
indeed.
and show, but I wonder will the young man that said that they had champion ram here last year, will they come to the fore again and win with a female this time?
Yeah, he did say that this is a daughter of that ram then, so he certainly will be hoping to achieve the same. Quite tough to compare them with the power of that ewe, as you say, Gerald.
Yes, indeed.
Very nice ewe lamb behind her as well.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, there's two brothers, two ewes, one behind the other. Yeah. Which one first and second in the female section? So
then he's got his
stick.
crook.
So we're looking for the business decision now.
am y ddafad, ond tynnu dim byd mas o'r o'n hwrdd na, o'n hwrdd o'n...
And to be fair to the young man, the U then, we didn't feature in the Suffolk Ram Lamb class, but we thought that the U class was an outstanding class, and to come on top of that, then there could have been a lot of potential champions in that particular class, couldn't there? Oh, there we go, he has gone for the U then, yes, and I suppose you'd be
too surprised at that decision, because she is absolutely something special, isn't she? Yeah, absolutely, and now then, we won't quite see the reserve there.
History's repeated itself. I know, yeah, back again. We'll see what happens on Wednesday.
Yeah, well, fair play to you.
Yeah,
massive congratulations, she's a massive view, isn't she?
Cheers, yeah, I like it.
And as you said, homebred, and her father was here last year.
Yeah, and she has niece off. She's got the same granny as the Gimmer last year, so it's all in the same.
Brilliant bloodline.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, back to the cattle ring. Llun joins Gerald.
We have arrived now at the, what do we call it then, Llun? The semi-final stage, the quarter-final stage, or what do we call it, when he draws a few forward and then...
I'd imagine we're looking at a quarter-final, I suppose, are we? Because I'm going to take an assumption he's probably going to narrow them down to 5 or 6 potentially.
He probably will narrow them down to 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 perhaps in the start, and then he will go down probably to a 4. Whether he then goes to 2, I do not know, but each judge has... There is no set rules in this, so each judge then will pull forward, I would think, what they think is in contention.
Yes, certainly. Anyway. He'll pick out each of his favourites and then obviously reevaluate each of them.
Put them side by side, and if they happen to be not side by side when they're in the line here, then he will. Quite interesting to see all competitors except the gentleman in the middle there, where all have blue caps on, except that particular gentleman in short. Perhaps I couldn't find one big enough or something, but I don't know. But there we go, he is selecting, as I state, a number of animals forward. And
so yes, it's looking to me as if he's taken the Welsh Black, the Hereford, the Charolais, the Blonde, the Lim, the Blue, the Angus, and the Beef Shorthorn, I think, was stepping out there as well. So, yes, obviously he hasn't...
gone for the power, looks like, anyway.
And hasn't drawn a specific sort of number. I'd say he's probably just drawn out, as you mentioned, Gerald, his favourites, trying to get just those in a lineup together to have a better look before then narrowing them down potentially again.
I think your assumption was correct in quarter-final, because there is 8 out there, I believe.
Yes, and I'd say potentially draw to 4.
Yes, that'll be the...
And then go for...
Thought process.
Go for the big job.
From the 4, I would think.
I would have thought so.
So we'll go down the road of Charolais, Blonde, Lim, Blue.
Yes, I tend to say that I'd nearly agree with those. The Angus might not be far off the mark. She's a nice sort of heifer, and let's not take away from the fact that this Beef Shorthorn's a great powerhouse, big powerhouse, an imposing sort of cow. But yeah, there's a lot of very neat, compact animals in there as well.
Felly fyddwn ni'n mynd nawr o 8 bryd lawr I 4. Limousin atha hi llynedd yma yn y bencampwriaeth hon.
So yes, we'll...
With an animal of the power of the Limousines and the Blonde and the Charolais side by side. Just a sort of imposing they are, aren't they?
They truly are imposing.
Yes.
And also in their own right, very, very functional, mobile sorts of cattle as well. They've come to the fore out of strong breed classes as well, which does give them that great chance of imposing themselves on the overall championship.
They're almost, it's an intimidating factor, isn't it? You know, when they're this massive animal that is stood in front of you, and you try and find a fault with it. Like,
well, and this is the thing, isn't it, Gerald? You've summed it up very well.
The round, the conformation is good. It's not excessive. The conformation is good. They show animals they are. They're standing there and all leg in every corner, and an imposing.
But
it's his decision.
He has stated in what he's looking for is that it's correctness and having the qualities of the breed and the characteristics of the breed. So the Welsh Black is in the 4.
Prove me wrong straight away.
Tarw D ymlaen.
Charleroi.
Y Charleroi.
The blonde.
A'r lim ymlaen.
And the limb.
So
Dyna'r pedwar felly.
we've got the three big imposing...
Yes, the imposing animals that you mentioned, and then the Welsh Black Bull.
I think that the Belgian Blue Heifer there with Rhys Millerchap is a very, very correct animal. But having said that, if she was up against that Limousin, if she was stood up against it, it's just, it just lacks
I think
presence.
Yes, that's exactly it, isn't it? She's a junior little heifer, and would have come up against such... The word you used is an imposing animal, and she literally nearly had this trio of animals stood next to her, and it is hard to get away from them.
I'll state this now before start. I think Llun here has had inside information or something. He's nominated the blonde to me priorly, so it is a good cow.
I just think it's a wonderful sort of cow,
and
really.
a good cow to be fair to you, yes.
But notice there are some exceptionally worthy champions stood here, wherever he chooses to go. He'll have some fantastic champion stepping forward here for the Interbreed Championship this year.
Some power in that Charleroi stood in front of us.
And as I stated earlier, Gerald, we can't read him in terms of knowing what breed he prefers because of the fact he's a commercial beef.
Well, the Limousin would be the dominant breed in which he would show in the Limousin world. But
certainly I know he's had some success with some beef short-horn sire cattle as well previously. Yes. So it is a case of being tougher to read a man's mind when he doesn't have a breed that he draws to as well.
I think he will take the microphone, give his reasons
give us
for
a
his selection, and then tap out his champion. That seems to be the customary way in the past.
Ddim, mae'n edrych yn gyfforddus iawn, ynddi? Mae wedi gwneud I benderfyniad, swn I ddweud.
A dyma fe'r meicroffon yn I lawr. Dwch ni gael clywed felly, beth sy'n gan Gwyn Edwards.
We'll hear a few words from him, and we'll leave you listen to those comments that he's going to tell us about his final four.
Mae gain y lle cyntaf ddiolch o galon i'r Gymdeithas Amaethydol Brenhinol Cymru am yr anrhydedd o gael dod yma I feirniadu heddiw. Dwi'n meddwl bod o un o profiadau mwyaf y dwi erioed wedi gael. Diolch yn fawr iawn i'r Gymdeithas. I'd like to thank the Royal Welsh Society for the invitation for judging here today. It is by far the utmost honour that I've had in judging, and I have judged a few in the years, but this is the pinnacle of my career. I think that the cattle we've seen here in front of us today have been turned out to perfection. We have the best breeders, the best stockmen and the best showmen in the country, and please give him a good hand of applause. I think with what Lynn said earlier that I am probably the first commercial man to be judging the interbreed here. We can only show commercials from what these people in front of me produce as pedigrees, as purebreds, and the quality of what you boys are showing is going higher and higher every year, and I'd like to thank you personally, and I'm sure the commercial boys, we all thank you very much for the supreme way you turn your cattle out and breed. I've been asked not to say anything political. But when politicians and civil servants tell us as farmers that we need to get the vet to do stock inspection and we've got to go on courses for condition scoring and all this, I think they shouldn't be in a job, because what you see here is the best that we'll ever see. I will now tap out my champion, but there's one thing, I was a very young lad at the time, where the interbreed judge was in this ring, and I remember up till today what he said, and I'll repeat it. Politicians will come, politicians will go, but farmers and the show is here to stay. Diolch yn fawr.
Wel, dyna ni, Gwyn Edwards wedi cael deud I ddeud. A nawr, y foment fawr. Pwy sydd am ennill pencampwriaeth y beef unigol yn sioe fawr 2025? Gwyn Edwards.
So he's given us an insight as to what's been going through his mind, and it's now over to the final glance before he goes and taps out his interbreed beef champion. I'm sure he's already made his mind up. He was pretty confident in his way before going to say his few remarks there. I think he's just keeping us in a little bit of yes, the suspense. He is keeping us in suspense for sure.
Here we go in the blonde, it surely is, isn't it?
Well, she's a great cow, but if he does go for this limb, I wouldn't blame him either. It's a beautiful, beautiful specimen of the breed.
Oh, the Limousin it is.
Well, I don't think they'll be complaining, because if they get tapped blonde as reserve, they'll have a champion in reserve. So yeah, fantastic. And that's 3 years in a row there for the Limousins taking the interbreed year in the Royal Welsh. And this year's interbreed beef champion is Aradfoot Udine. And the Charolais comes out as reserve champion, and that's from the Corbett's with Tame Eunice. And I think what you stated, Gerald, was right. They are imposing, really, really imposing, and they do draw your eye with that volume of animal that you've got in front of you.
So it must be a family trait that they're all wearing the trilbies and celebrating, and you can see what it means as a family. And
dwch nôl am fwy o'r dathliadau, wrth gwrs, mae'r dathlu megis dechrau ni. Ond am y tro, ewn ni am egwyl fer. A dyma ni felly bobl, y tîm buddigol, Pencampwraig y beef
And we're back in the cattle ring, and Ivan is joined by the winning team in the Supreme Beef Championship.
Hard work has certainly paid off. How do you do it, producing stock like this for the show, year after year?
Teamwork makes the dream work. Apologise, I'm a bit emotional now.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Everything. Everything. This man put his faith in me to do a job. We done it.
Your father was leading her around. It's a very emotional day for you all.
Oh, very much so. One of the second interbreed we wanted here in 22 with the blonde cow. Dad was the jockey that day as well. So when he arrived last week from Ireland, he went, son, I'll just have to take that one. So that was the job sorted.
He's a lucky charm, the winning touch. Llanelwedd, congratulations to you as well.
Thank you very much.
Thought a quick word from you, if I may. You've been so supportive for the Royal Welsh Show over the years, and not just the Royal Welsh. What does it mean for you personally, being at the top again?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. The father of the bull was the Limousin National in 22. We won the show with the blondes in 22, and obviously we won three breed championships here today, the Angus, the blondes and the Lims. So then to go forwards, super. And we have a great team. We couldn't do it without the team. No.
Wonderful. Many congratulations. Llanelwedd, enjoy the celebrations. Mae rhaid ni gael gair efo'r dyn yn y canol. Gwyn, beth oedd yn ei hon mor arbennig I ti?
And of course the man who was in the middle was Gwyn Edwards, the judge. And he's just praising the winning Limousin. The Limousin's winning for the third time on the trot at the Royal Welsh. And the Charolais, of course, the reserve champion.
Yeah.
This, and Gwyn just saying, this is my type of animal. And he's really enjoyed the experience. And he's... it's funny, when you come into the ring, you just don't hear much of what's going on around you. But apart from when they were mentioning my father. Yeah. Very emotional for Gwyn. And many congratulations to him as well.
One big hurrah at the end. A proper Welsh hurrah. Chi'n barod? Right, come on, Irish. Hey, ar ôl tri. 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Mae gwobr Dr Emrys
Well, Nia is with Nia Roberts because the annual Dr Emrys Evans Award is awarded to an individual under the age of 35 who's making a significant contribution and excelling as a livestock auctioneer in Wales. And as I said, Nia Roberts, the recipient from St Asaph, and he considers it quite an honour to accept this award. It's an award that's been going on for quite a few years now, and a friend of his actually won it a few years ago, and he's very, very grateful to all the people who have supported him, and he'd like to thank the company in St Asaph who have encouraged him to do the work. He's been given the freedom to do as he really wanted, and he's also grateful to his friends and the customers across North Wales who've supported him and turned up in St Asaph. He's just asking, why do you want to be an auctioneer? Well, I've always had an interest in stock and not done anything in professional wise as far as the land is concerned, but I've been brought up on the family farm with beef cattle and sheep, so there's always been an interest and in stock. But having travelled to several auctions in the past, and it's obviously I was interested in that kind of work. Unfortunately, in Wales and elsewhere, really, there's a shortage of young people who are interested in this work as a career. They look at the job and they think they just stand on the box to sell, but that's only a small part of the job. The biggest part of the job really is to create the connection with customers, be it a buyer or a seller, and find that balance really between the one and the other. How do you manage to speak so quickly? I'm not sure. I was always told you can't teach somebody to be an auctioneer, but maybe it helps that I enjoy singing, because it's trying to find some little tune in your head, I suppose. And I can remember when I started, I was driving around the country roads in North Wales and found a little tune in my head. And Nia's just saying, well, go on, show us now. And he says, no, there's too many people around. And he won the blue ribbon in the Cardigan Eisteddfod earlier on in July. So, and he's probably competing in the National Eisteddfod in Wrexham at the beginning of August. He's going to look after the voice. I'll go home early tonight. Yes, good boy. And you never know, there may be a hat-trick at the beginning of August in maybe a fortnight's time in Wrexham. Well done, Sean. Congratulations. Right then, let's return to the sheep ring and quickly join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are right back with the Hill Speckles for the overall champion of this breed, and we followed the rams earlier on, Gerald, and here we have obviously the champion female as well. Tremendous powerful ewe, isn't she?
Yes, indeed. As I alluded to before, then he didn't go for the massive big rams that were in the ram section. He went for a ram that he deemed as being correct, and I would say that's a very good ram initially, and
yeah, very nice ram.
Good confirmation for an actual mountain breed, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes, yes, indeed. And a fair bit of bone on him as well. And the ewe there. Tremendous length on her, isn't there?
Yes, indeed. She is a little bit, perhaps, I'm being critical, long in the...
Now then, here we go. So we saw him do this earlier.
Yeah, we did.
You
Actually,
mentioned that,
length seems to be the...
Tremendous length. We really do see that.
She's good back-ended, isn't she?
Yes.
But she's just losing behind the shoulder a little bit. Is that a breed? But she carries her head very, very high.
Very well, yeah.
Well handled and showing herself off anyway.
Yeah, very well indeed. But he's a very compact.
No matter what we think, it's the gentleman walking around with the rosettes. The judge is what? Similar to what we just witnessed in the cattle world, then. He's picking the best representative of the breed to go forward to the Interbreed Championship in the sheep. So we'll have to wait and see. He's
and
going
for
the ram,
yeah.
It is, and...
And indeed, this is the Queen's Cup.
Thomas Roberts.
We'll go to that as well. As Maynard mentioned earlier on today, this is the breed selected for the Queen's Cup.
So he's gone a long way to winning that.
Yes. And the reserve going to the female.
I don't know. Save the best till last, yeah?
Don't ni bod chi wedi cael sac, achos oedd y mab yn dangos y jyst nawr, a dewch chi mafyd, chwarae teg, chi'n gweithio'n galed fel teulu.
Da ni yn, mae'r ddau yn ni allan bob nos. Fel arfer weekend, Steve sy'n mynd a fi sy'n trio glanhau tu.
Just saying that they work hard as a family. It's a family affair. Everybody gets involved. So really is a win for all of them. So yeah, and what an honour it is to have won the Queen's Cup as well.
Yeah, oh, no, I see anyway.
Ers faint chi wedi bod wrthi yn gyda'r bryd yma?
Mawr ysbryd, Thomas,
Mae'n 9 mlynedd.
So they've been keeping this breed for many, many years now as a family. And I say that ram has been out a few times, very calm, very unbothered, but a huge achievement for them, and we'll see them in the interbreeds later on in the week.
Diolch yn fawr i chi.
And before we leave you, one final visit to the sheep shearing shed for the final of the open wool handling competition.
So we reached the say, the highlight of the day then, realistically, win the Open, and every one of these young ladies here will be going very, very hard towards this, winning this particular competition.
Yes, each of those previous sections that we've witnessed will be aspiring to make it to the top end within this Open section one day. You'd like to think.
Yes, indeed.
And going great guns here.
You see there then the young lady then leaving that particular fleece then just to help and keep the wool away from the shearer then, to which, as I stated, that he doesn't want to be stepping on debris and wool and
I noticed as well removing the belly wool and out of the way of the shearer as well, so that wasn't in the way.
Yes, indeed.
And that's part of the whole rules of the competition, is that they need to remove anything that is in the shearer's way, and it doesn't impede the shearer then in sort of shearing the next fleece for them.
Oh, indeed, you're quite right. And
you notice, you mentioned earlier about keeping the table clean. You notice that little nudge she gave the table on the way past just to remove any debris, as you said. Rather than making a fuss of trying to remove it, it was just a good quick tap for the table and onto the next fleece.
All through the table, yeah. I see credit to the farmer that has kept these ewes in the wool until this period of time, because we are now way into mid-July, and there's a lot of risk factor in keeping sheep in the wool at this time of late in the season. So,
and as far as the wool handling competition, they'd be required to be full wool ewes for this wool handling competition.
Full
then
wool ewes would be, yes, indeed, yeah. And like I stated, then for a farmer to keep this particular number of sheep
as opposed
as available to for this particular competition is a testament to the farmer themselves, because these are prone to maggots and the blowflies that are about, and obviously there's a risk factor in terms of losing a few sheep. So and this young lady here appears to have got behind in terms of rolling fleece, and the actual middle young lady is saying. But anyway, we'll have to hopefully come back and get the result later on.
Thank you, Llun. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you to Emma for your contributions during the day today. And we wish Anwen all the best when she is competing in the horse ring, or the main ring perhaps, tomorrow. We wish her all the best. And, well, the Limousin has been crowned the Supreme Beef Champion, and they're breed winning for the third year in succession. And there's plenty more drama to come, because we will be back with you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll be here for the rest of the week as well. I hope we can have your company then. But for the time being, from the Royal Welsh Showground, it's goodbye.